Hey guys, good morning. Oh, I got an echo. Hang on. Hey, how's everybody doing today? Hopefully this will stop the echo. Hi, my name is Debbie. Welcome to my channel. Hope everybody had a good evening. We are going to watch the Alex Murdaugh case until the George Pino trial starts this afternoon because the jury is going to look at the boat that is all busted up. So Judy has trivia for us. Alex Murdaugh. Alex. I don't know how to pronounce his name. It's spelled, that did not stop the echo, that it is spelled Alex Murdaugh. He pronounces it Alex Murdaugh. I don't know how to pronounce. Alex Murdaugh is facing major consequences after prison officials say he secretly used another inmate's phone credentials, to participate in a media interview tied to a Fox Nation documentary. Judy, when was this? Is this recent? Didn't somebody else do this too? He admitting to using another inmate's pen after claiming his own wasn't working, a direct violation of prison rules. Officials say the unauthorized interview triggered a serious disciplinary response. As punishment, he reportedly lost his phone privileges for 30 days, while prison authorities warned his legal team not to assist with future interviews or risk losing visitation access altogether. They can do that? They can tell him his legal team can't visit him? Or am I not understanding that? As punishment, he reportedly lost his phone privileges for 30 days, while prison authorities warned his legal team not to assist with future interviews or risk losing visitation access altogether. How can they do that? Hey, Nichelle! I'm so glad you're here! I missed you! So, this has been since the trial, since he's been in prison, right? Or was this during the trial? And how can they tell them his legal team can't visit him? That doesn't seem... Yay! I mean, I'm glad you're back at work, but I miss you when you're not here. Okay, so during the trial, what year was this trial? I've got so many trials in my head right now that it's just a big blur. I was never good with dates either. Like, I'm good on details of the trials, but the dates, like when things happened, is just all a blur. Like, for instance, I thought Shadow was 5. And then I got a memory on Facebook from 8 years ago, a picture of her and my other cat that died together 8 years ago. And I was like, oh my God, she's 8. Actually, she's probably older than that because she's still a kitten, but she's longer. You know what I mean? Like, she started to grow. So she's probably even older than 8. I was like, so then Travis comes home and I'm like, guess how old Shadow is? You're not going to believe this. And he's like, how old? I said 8. And he's like, no, she can't be 8. Like, she's 8. So the trial was January, February. It was only 2 months long. Good good Lord, this trial seemed to take forever, because this was the trial that had a trial within a trial, because they did the trial, the murder trial, and then they did like a hearing outside the presence of the jury about the financial crimes, so the judge could decide if the financial crimes could be brought into the trial. So it was a trial, hearing about the financial crimes. Then they went back to the trial and added the financial stuff in, so we had to hear about that all over again. And so the judge, whose name I forgot, said if he were to do the new trial, which he's not because he's retired, but he said that if he had to do it over again, he would not allow the financial crimes in. But he's already convicted on the financial crimes, but that was the motive. If he did it, that would have been the motive for why he did it. So I guess the judge thought that was prejudicial, and if he had to do it over again, he wouldn't let the financial crimes in. But since that would be the motive, I don't know why you wouldn't let it in. I don't know. Anyway, I've got puppies this morning. You ready to see some cute puppies? This is adorable. Oh. He's swimming.
You are not yawning. No. No. No.
So he hates the windshield wipers, apparently.
Okay, but why does my dog like green beans? Oh my god. Damn, girl. My bulldog.
You got out there. No running on the road.
She's trying to swim.
Baby, they were too busy for a pup cup. I'm sorry.
They're having a conversation. I want a puppy. I want a puppy. I have to wait, though. I have to wait. So the trial started on January 25th and ended on March 2nd. That's not a very, it's a little over a month. I thought it was longer than that. That trial seems so long. So the next one is Dogs 2. I hope it doesn't have music in it. I've not watched it.
Rex, I'm home, boy.
I'm so happy.
All right. I missed you too.
Buddy, look.
Buddy.
Why? Oh God, that's so sweet.
Hey, buddy.
Dude, look at the gate.
Dude, come here, boy.
He's going crazy. Oh my God. Storm, look who's here.
Storm!
That's right. I missed you too. I can't believe it.
Peanut.
Oh, that's adorable.
Hey, buddy. Come here.
I missed you so
I
much.
miss you too, pal. Hey, I got you.
Scout Daddy's coming.
Scout, come here, girl.
She's doing her circles.
Hi, baby. Come on. I got you.
Charlie's sleeping.
Hey, buddy. Hey, come here. Oh, I missed you too. Duchess. That's so sweet.
Rocky, look at the door.
Rocky. Hey, boy.
Here he comes.
Whoa. Hey, easy. Good boy. Oh, I missed you
He is
too.
losing
All right,
it.
I got you, buddy. I got you.
What's up, baby?
Wow. That's it, baby. Easy, boy. Easy. There. Come here. Watch out.
Okay, boy. Let me breathe.
Oh. Love you so much.
Luna, look who's coming through the snow.
I ain't have those guys thrown out on their own before the dog knocked them down.
Let's look at the tree.
There's my boy. Hey, buddy. Oh.
She's been waiting all day.
I missed you so much.
Jake's been sleeping on your side all month.
Hey, wake up, buddy.
Hey,
Okay, I missed you too.
Moose is sleeping by the fire.
Moose. Hey, big guy. He's getting up.
Here he
I love this video. Okay, now we'll do Murdaugh, whatever his name is.
A new casing would be, it appeared that it had been sitting in the weather for some time. It had began to tarnish inside of the where the bullet had been expelled from the end. The inside had dirt, grass. Obviously, it had been there for a while.
What was the brand and type of ammunition that's in this particular exhibit that you found?
S&B 300 BOK, Butch Blackout.
Let me go to the video if I could, please.
Hey, Marty. Oh, wait a minute. Before we go on to Murdaugh, why have we not talked about the Retrial case? Has anybody been following the Retrial case? I just heard about that this morning. I was watching on Brandon Tatum's channel. There was a attorney on there, and they were talking about Carmelo Anthony, and the lawyer that was on there was the defense lawyer for Retrial. And I was like, oh, I don't know that case. So then you know how YouTube, like when you're watching a video, they'll have other videos on the side. So I guess because of the defense lawyer being Retrial's lawyer, there was one on the side of Peter Tragos talking about the Retrial case. So I clicked on that. They found him not guilty. He shot a 14-year-old kid in the back. What in the heck is going on? I was like, oh my God, because he may have stolen a bottle of water. Our world has gone insane, y'all. You know, as much as I miss my mom, I'm glad she's not here to see what the world has turned into. Really, really am. She's probably rolling in her. Oh, it wasn't the first time he'd been in the store? So he was like a repeat troublemaker? Well, he didn't steal. He didn't steal anything. But he had a gun. His son, Chow's son, said he had a gun that he pulled out. And that's why he shot him. But he shot him in the back. So how could he be in fear for his life if he shot him in the back? I mean, I don't know. I didn't watch the trial, so I don't know. But that doesn't sound like self-defense to me. Oh, the kid, not the kid. He wasn't the first time. Chow. Oh my God. And of course that was not allowed in the trial, was it? Oh my God. What in the heck is wrong with that jury? Okay. Oh my God. Okay. Insane. Good thing that didn't happen in Texas. Then we would be having race riots.
All right, what are y'all doing on the screen right here?
We are locating the 300 shell casings.
All right, what's Agent Sampson doing right there?
He is picking the shell casing up.
Is that one of the casings that's in this bag right here that you identified?
Yes, sir, it is. Dip in here a little more. Get the 300.
Well, if he did it before, not that I want it to happen again, but if it does happen again, he won't be found not guilty next time.
What's that right there?
That is another shell casing on the, if you're facing the door or the stoop door, it'd be on the left-hand side of the stoop.
Ones that are in this bag, Station Exhibit 260?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what brand and type?
S&B 300 be okay.
What'd you find there that you just picked up?
That would be another SMB 300 blackout shell casing.
One of the ones in this bag we've been
And
talking
they
about?
still chased
Yes,
him
sir.
out of the store. That pisses me off, man. Like, that seems like an open and shut case to me. What was the jury thinking? Oh my God. I just, that blows my mind. I can't get over it. I mean, that's classic murder. You shoot someone in the back. That is not self-defense.
Fast forward just a little bit.
You can't be in fear for your life if someone's running away from you. Yeah, I saw the surveillance footage from the store this morning. He was already out of the store when Chow came from around the counter. They should have just let him go. Even if he had stolen a bottle of water, so what? You call the cops and say, some kid was in my store and he stole something, and this is what he looked like.
At that point, y'all collected all 5 cases that are in this bag?
Yes, sir, we had.
Did you go to any other locations that day? What day is this right now, with those videos you just watched?
6/8 of 21.
21. On June 8th of 2021, the day after the murders, did you go to any other location in the property to search, to your recollection?
I don't think it was that day, no, sir.
Okay. Did you ultimately go and search a shed at the property?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. And what specifically did y'all search at the shed?
The trash that had been taken away from the house.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 161 to your testimony, and see if you recognize that exhibit.
Yes, sir, I do.
Tell me what that exhibit is, please.
This is a video of my body-worn camera when we were actually digging in the trash that was we took to the shed and dug through.
Your Honor, this time I would offer State's Exhibit 161 into evidence, I believe, without objection.
That's right. Submit it.
All right. This time, I'm going to publish Exhibit 161. All right, tell me what we're seeing. We're at 28 seconds in. What are we seeing right there?
That is the large shed that's our hangar. Just probably to the right middle of the screen would be the dog kennels, dog house. To the far right is the, I think it's chicken coop. but the shed is where we went through some trash that we had secured.
All right. And step down for me if you would, please. Let's kind of point that out for the jury. So where are the kennels in this particular video?
The kennels are right here.
And where's the feed room in this video?
The feed room would be right here on the end.
All right. And where's the little doghouse in this video?
This would be the doghouse.
All right. What is this thing right there underneath the shed?
That's UTV under the shed.
And then the kennels extend down this way with various cages?
Yes, sir, it does.
Thank you. You can retake your seat.
Crying out loud.
What are y'all about to do right here?
We're about to dig in trash.
Digging trash?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fun job?
It's not, but it has to be done.
All right, at 124, I'm just going to fast forward it some. What is that image right now at 145 that's on the screen?
That is a empty box, 12 gauge premium turkey load ammunition.
All right, and what is that right there?
An empty box of 12 gauge long beard, 3.5 inch, let's see, 2 ounce, number 4 shot.
And what is that right there?
That is a empty box of 12 gauge. It's got Browning on it, TSS. It's a 3.5 inch, 2 1/4, number 7 and 9.
All right, for the record, I'm fast forwarding then. What is this right now that we're seeing at 3 minutes and 7 seconds?
That is appeared to be a credit card statement or receipt, and it's got an item circled on it.
And was there was an item circled on it?
That is correct.
And what was the store on that particular item?
Goosey store?
Gucci?
Yeah.
And what was the amount?
$1,021.10.
Okay. And somebody had circled that particular entry, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, for the record, I'm just fast forwarding through y'all searching through the trash. Is that right?
Yes, sir, we are.
Did you find anything else of note in that trash?
No, sir, we did not.
All right. For some indulgence, 1 moment. show you, stand by for me real quick.
There should be a wrongful death case. Absolutely.
All right, I'll show you what's been marked as. Stand by. All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 214, which is an evidence bag, and see if you recognize what's in there.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, tell me what's in that bag.
These are the shell boxes which I described on the video or observed on the video, and it's the receipt, credit card receipt, which was torn that we collected from the trash.
All right, the one with the circle thing with Gucci on it?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time I've moved State's Exhibit 214 in evidence, I believe without objection.
No objection.
Admit it.
All right, I'm gonna jump ahead in the story just a little bit. Did you ultimately return out to the scene to do an additional search, or out to the property as a whole to do an additional search?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and you remember what date that was? Roughly?
I think it was the 13th.
Okay. And what were you looking for on that particular
It's
search?
already over.
Again, looking for any firearms, shells, shell casings that would could be tested for a potential weapon to use during a crime.
All right. And do you remember who were some of the other agents that were out there, or what else was going on at that time?
I think Agent McAllister was there. If I'm not mistaken, Mindy may have been there. There was a number of agents there.
Okay. All right. And I'm going to show you.
I thought he was stealing, but he wasn't. And then they said it was self-defense.
What's been marked for identification or marked right now is State's Exhibit 152 and 151, and see if you recognize those items generally.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And can you tell the jury just generally what those items are?
It's 300 blackout ammunition and magazine containing 300 blackout ammunition that was collected.
All right. And was this collected at various locations on the property during that search?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time I offer State's Exhibit 152 and 151 into evidence, I believe without objection.
No objection.
Admit it without objection. How much more time do you have with this witness on direct?
There's still a fair amount to cover, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break, talking only to the jury. Everyone else remains seated. We will reconvene at in an hour and 20 minutes. An hour and 20 minutes. Please go to the jury room.
The shooter was Asian.
With regard to the admission of the guns, any further, anything further the state or the defense would like to place on the record?
Well, Your Honor, I would put some further argument in the record in that the guns had been tested ballistically. The test excluded the guns as being in the murder as murder weapons, my understanding, and as a result, they're just not relevant. They have photos of the guns, which is completely sufficient information for the jury and to get the information in that they were tested. But sending, just weapon after weapon back into the jury room during jury deliberations, we think is unfairly prejudicial.
All right. In response, Mr.
The defense, as you might expect, has already challenged the sufficiency of the investigation and what was done. I think the state, not only just generally, but also certainly in response to those lines of examination, is entitled to show the extent of the examinations that were done in analyzing the relevant firearms evidence that was on scene. This agent gathered 12-gauge weapons for a reason, because 12-gauge rounds were used to murder Paul Murdaugh, and therefore admission of those we believe is relevant and not overly prejudicial. Certainly nothing about the way we did that examination did anything that was prejudicial. It was all very straight to the point.
All right. Relevant evidence means any evidence tending to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of the action more or less probable than it would be without the evidence. This evidence, so these guns were part of the crime scene in and around the crime scene at or around the time of the murders. Issues have been raised regarding multiple guns, multiple shooters, multiple spent rounds, and the court in its discretion have admitted the evidence as being relevant, and there's no dispute that the defendant had multiple guns in and around his place, and I find that it's relevant and more probative than prejudicial, and that's the basis for the court's order with regard to admitting that evidence. And we'll be on break for an hour and 20 minutes.
Thanks, Judge.
Body worn camera the day of the 8th.
So these are still images.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Senior Special Agent Croft, a couple things I want to kind of go back to just as a housekeeping matter before we move on to new matter. And previously shown to the defense counsel. All right, so I'm going to show you some images. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit. What we're doing first: 163, 173, 158, 175, 176, 177, 179, 180, 181. And 183, and just have you generally flip through those and see if you recognize those images.
And see, this is the prosecutor. He's the good guy. He's the one that's trying to put the murderer in prison.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and just generally, what are these images of, if you would?
Those are still images taken from my body worn camera the day of the 8th.
So these are still images from the body worn cameras that the jury saw prior to lunch?
That is correct.
All right, Your Honor, this time the state would move in States 163, 173, 15, 175, 176, 177, 179, 180, 181, and 183, I believe, without objection.
No objection.
Admit it.
All right, let's go through these real quick if we could. If I could get the input to the Elmo, looks like it is on the Elmo. All right. We got this fancy hood up here. See if that'll do better for us. All right, can you tell me what this image is of, please? And this, for the record, my apologies, would be States 163.
That is a picture of the pool table in the gun room that with the 300 AR-15 300 blackout sitting on the pool table, which I collected out of the gun rack.
All right, and that person right there, who is that?
That is Mark Bull.
All right, I'm going to show the jury now 173. Tell me what this image is, please.
That is that AR-15 rifle 300 blackout sitting in the gun wall before it was pulled from the gun wall, placed on the table.
All right. Still image 158. Can you tell me what that is, please?
That is what I was describing as the side door, which enters to the gun room without going through the main part of the house, the stoop, and out in front of that is where items were collected.
And what items are you talking about?
The 5 300 spent shell casings were collected out in front of the stoop.
All right. Going to go now to exhibit 175. And what is that image?
That is the same side door, just a different angle. Same stoop.
All right. 176. Tell me what that is, please.
That is the brick landing at the bottom of the stoop. And just in the center, down low, close to the bottom, you can see a 300 spent 300 blackout casing.
What am I pointing out with my finger right now?
That is the spent 300 blackout casing.
All right. Go to exhibit number 177. Tell me what this still image from your body cam reflects.
That is my hand, and I have picked up a spent 300 blackout casing from the side of the stoop.
All right. 179.
Those are the 300 blackout casings which were collected at the in front of the stoop.
All right. And now 180.
That is the left-hand side of the entrance of the gun room, just in the flower bed.
All right. And do we see cases in that image? You can step down if you need to. I know your screen's pretty small. If you need to step down, that's fine.
I can't pick it out on that picture.
All right. And I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 180. See if you can make it out.
Dang it.
Yes, sir. It will be at the bottom of the picture, about in the center.
All right. Let me have you come around. Or you can do it. I'm going to put it back up and do it screen for the jury, please.
It would be right here.
All right. Sounds good. You can retake the stand, please. All right, moving on to 181. Tell the jury what this still image reflects, please.
That is 3 of the 5 300 blackout spent casings that was collected at the base of this, at the front of the stoop.
All right. And then finally, jumping the gun, we have 183. Tell me what that reflects.
That would be to the, I believe, the right-hand side of the stoop, and just at the end of my hand, I'm fixing to pick up a spent 300 blackout casing.
What is my finger pointing to right there?
That is the 300 blackout casing, which I'm talking about.
All right, thank you. Right before lunch, there was admitted into evidence States 152 and 151, and you got your readers with you?
I do, yes, sir.
Can you remind us where those items were collected, please?
The ammo was collected from the shelving in the gun room, 300 blackout ammo on 9/13 of 21. And the 300 blackout the 243 magazine with 300 blackout ammo in it was collected from a black Ford F-150 that was located on the property.
And you got a knife on you?
I do, yes, sir.
You mind opening that exhibit for us? And let's take a look at those items, please.
Do you want me to open the brown bags also?
I do, please. Let's go ahead and do most with that one first, if we could. Can you remove the item from its packaging, please? What you got there?
It's a magazine which fits the AR style rifle that is loaded with 300 blackout ammunition.
All right, and can you see what brand that is on there? On the rounds that you can see?
Appears to be S&B 300 blackout.
S&B 300 blackout.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna take that item. I'm gonna put this up on the screen for the jury.
Oh.
All right, go ahead and open the other one for me, please. Before we move on, we're not pulling all the ammo out. Does this magazine appear to be relatively full?
It's pretty heavy, so it's pretty full.
All right. I'm gonna ask you to go ahead and just put that one back for me, please. And then go on to the next one.
Cut the bottom of the bag.
What you got in there?
This is another magazine that fits the AR style rifle, which is loaded with 300 blackout.
Can you tell the particular brand of that 300 blackout?
It's head stamped S&B 300 blackout.
Yeah. Let me go put that up on the screen for the jury.
fun. Yeah, they did glove up on this one, Nancy. You're right. He's getting a new trial, but not because of the glove issue.
All right. Just real quick before you put it back, is that we're not taking all the bullets out or cartridges out? Does that appear to be fairly well loaded?
It's got some weight to it. It feels like it's fairly loaded.
All right. If you can return that to its bag, please. And then put those back in the plastic items. All right. We've been talking about guns for a while. Let's talk about something else for a minute, and then we'll get back to guns.
No, they didn't do it on the other one.
You got it back?
Yes, sir.
All right. Going back to June 8th, 2021, were you present when any efforts were made to collect the cell phone belonging to Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. And who all were you present with when that when that happened? And just kind of describe the events as they took place, please.
It was myself, Special Agent McAllister, Captain Ryan Neal, Dylan Hightower. There was one or two more people there, but I don't recall.
Okay. And ultimately, was that phone located?
The phone was located a short distance from the crime scene.
All right. And where was it, just generally?
If you would come out of 41, out of the driveway of the residence, take a right on Moselle Road, quarter mile, half mile. I don't recall the exact distance on the left-hand side of the road, kind of in the grass area.
When y'all found it, what happened then? Who picked it up? Who collected it? What happened to it at that point?
Captain Neal picked it up. Special Agent McAllister held it in her hand while a picture was taken of it, gloved hand. We were given the passcode to the phone. Passcode was entered into the phone just to verify that it would work, it would unlock. And it did work, it did unlock. It was immediately shut, locked back. And then passcode was written on a sticky note. It was packaged and ultimately turned over to crime scene.
Okay. And you were there when all that happened, is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Aside from the things y'all just described, was it otherwise manipulated or tampered with or changed in any way?
No, sir, it was not.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked for identification at this time as Exhibit 204, and have you just take a look at that and see if you recognize that item.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. Tell me what that item is.
This is the phone that was recovered on the side of the road belonging to Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
The one you just described?
Yes, sir, it is.
The one that was secured by Captain Neal
Yes, sir, it is.
and then turned over to crime scene?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. Put it back on if you will. Oh, just real quick. All right, at this time, Your Honor, we would move Exhibit 204 into evidence, I believe, without objection.
Submit it.
All right. Let me ask you this question. Do you know a guy by the name of John Bedingfield?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is that somebody you knew before this case?
Yes, sir, it is.
And how do you know him, just generally?
John grew up in Barnwell, just like myself. He actually has a son that's the same age as my son. They went to school together, played ball together. I've known John for a number of years.
And what does John do for a living? Do you know?
He is a DNR officer.
All right. And does he have a side business?
He does.
And just generally, what does that side business do?
He's got a gun business where he builds, works on firearms.
Okay. And prior to this case ever happening, did you ever have any conversation with John Bedingfield about whether or not he had assembled any guns for Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And is that something that you knew prior to this case ever taking place?
Yes, sir, it is.
After this case took place, well, let me ask you this. Did you know what ammunition was used by those guns that were assembled by John Bedingfield for Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
And what ammunition was used in those guns?
Hearsay.
Response.
Yes, not all for the truth of the matter asserted this time, but effect on the listener for his actions.
Anything further?
It's still hearsay, and I'm not sure what his actions are in response to the hearsay. I mean, he's asking questions about what he learned well before these crimes.
Objections overruled.
And so what was the ammunition in the guns from what John Bedingfield told you?
The guns were built and chambered for 300 blackout.
All right. As this case developed, did that prior fact that you knew, did that cause you to take any actions?
Yes, sir, it did.
And tell me what actions you took based on that prior knowledge you had.
I contacted John Bedingfield and asked him if he could provide me with paperwork for the weapons that was purchased by Mr. Alex Murdaugh.
All right. And was that after these particular crimes that took place?
That was after, yes, sir.
All right. You remember roughly when that was?
It was within a day or so that I talked to him, yes, sir.
All right. And did he ultimately provide you some paperwork?
Yes, sir, he did.
Was that the only conversation you had with John Bedingfield about the 300 blackouts that he built for Alex Murdaugh?
No, sir, it was not.
Was there a subsequent conversation?
Yes, sir.
Did you call him back or did he call you back?
I called him back and then to require of potential additional 300 blackout that was purchased by and paid for by Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
Okay. So you called him with an inquiry. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Tell me what your inquiry was to John Bedingfield after he initially provided you some paperwork.
I'm sorry, sir. I couldn't hear you.
Sorry, I turned away.
That's okay.
Tell me what your specific inquiry was to John Bedingfield that second time when there was a subsequent conversation.
The second time that I talked to John was to inquire about whether or not he built a third 300 blackout to replace a gun that Paul had misplaced or had gotten stolen earlier in 2017.
All right. And in response to that inquiry, did John Bedingfield provide you some additional paperwork?
Yes, he did.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as standby for me real quick. All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked at this time for identification only. States 247. Stand by for me, Mr. Wolfway. Staple those together. All right, I'm going to ask you to look at what's been marked for identification only this time as Exhibit 247 and see if you recognize that paperwork.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and just, again, without describing the contents, tell the jury what this paperwork is, please.
It's a copy of canceled checks and copy of the sale of firearm.
All right, and this was documentation that was provided to you in response to your inquiries to John Bedingfield?
That is correct.
And who gave this documentation to you?
John Bedingfield.
All right, and I'm gonna, again, without going into the contents, look at the second page and tell me, is that the document that was provided in response to your second inquiry when you called him back about a third blackout?
Yes, sir, it is.
Wait a minute, how did I do your ring? I can't do the other one. You're gonna be one winged.
I forgot how I did it.
Okay.
Thank you, Nancy. I had a
All right,
doctor's
I'm going to show you
appointment.
two exhibits. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 162 first. And it's
It
a
was
disc,
that
and
quick.
see if you recognize that particular exhibit, please.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, tell me what that exhibit is.
That is a disc from, or excuse me, a video from my body worn camera of collection of shell casings.
All right, and does it have a date on when that
And I
occurred on?
paid $190 for it.
6/16/2021.
All right, so this is different from what we've already talked about, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, and then I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 248, and see if you recognize that particular exhibit.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and is that additional body cam footage from that search on 6/16/21?
That is correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move both Exhibits 248 and 162 into evidence and leave without objection.
Correct, Your Honor.
Admit it.
All right, so
Hey, Melissa.
got a search on 6/16/21. Can you tell the jury a little bit about that search, how it came to pass, what was going on, and then we'll get to the footage as to what occurred.
Okay. During the investigation process, we learned that there was a shooting range and some bodies of water on the property. And when I say on the property, it's across the road from the incident location. Through discussion with the investigative team, it was decided that we needed to go over to that shooting range and also search that body of water for any potential evidence that may be found.
And this shooting range, that was still part of the Murdaugh property at Moselle, is that correct?
That is correct. It would be kind of diagonal to your left from where the kennels are at.
All right, and the information received was that the family used that as a shooting range?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, let me show you quickly.
No, I had a doctor's appointment.
Go ahead and just quickly show you these. Show you what's been marked as exhibits 184, 185, and 186, and see if you recognize those.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and tell me what those are generally, please.
One is the picture of the shoot house. The other is the picture of the inside of the shoot house. And then the third picture is a picture of the area next to the waterway where we collected some items.
All right, Your Honor, this time I would move exhibits 184, 185, and 186, state's exhibits and evidence of legal without objection.
No objection.
All right, very quickly, let's put this up on the screen. 184, again, tell the jury what that is, please.
That is what I'm describing as a shoot house. It has a bench inside where you would set up to shoot targets out in front.
All right, 185. What is that represent, please?
That is on the inside of the shoot house, the chair, the stand where you would sit, and obviously the rail where you would rest your weapon.
All right. What are these little shiny things on the floor there?
That's brass from firearms that's already been fired.
All right. And is that how the scene looked when you found it?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And then finally, 186, what does that represent?
That is two 12-gauge spent shotgun shells that was collected over near the waterway behind where we had set our dive trailer up.
All right. If I could have the inputs changed to the video, please. All right. This time I'm going to play Exhibit 162. And for the record, I'm going to fast forward it to about 43 seconds into the video. Is that the shooting house as you observed it?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. I'm now at 1 minute and 19 seconds, and I have it paused. But tell me, what is this thing right here that's kind of up on the counter of that shooting house?
That would be a rest that you would put your rifle in when you're sighting it in or shooting down range at targets to help stabilize it.
All right, when you're sighting it in, just real quick, explain with the jury what you're trying to do when you sight in a rifle that you would use that rest for.
When you're zeroing your rifle, whether it be 100 yards, 200 yards, you want to hold a rifle as still as possible, obviously. You would have a target downrange at whatever distance you're sighting it in at. You would fire 1, 2, 3 rounds, and then you would adjust your optics and continue till you get it zeroed to where you want it.
And zero means it's shooting where you're aiming.
Yes, sir.
Ultimately, and I'm going to fast forward through a fair amount of this, but ultimately, after seeing those cases on the floor, did you see any 300 blackout that you recognized just looking down were 300 blackout?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And did you send Special Agent David Owen to go get some envelopes so you could collect those?
Yes, sir, I did.
And ultimately, did you collect about 17 S&B cases at that location?
Yes, sir, I did. We'll hold it.
For the record, I'm at 11 minutes and 3 seconds in the video.
What is it? 300? 300 blackout? Head stamp is S&B. Okay. 300. That AACBLK.
What are you reading out right there?
I'm reading the numbers to identify, the identifiers off the head stamp of the shell casing.
All right. Moving now to
Chief Eagle.
1207.
S&B, 300. AAC, BOK.
Same ammunition?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to move now.
Near right leg. Computer table. Hang on. I'm sorry. S&B. 300 blackout. AAC, BOK.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Also near the right leg of the shooting table. Above the chair. S&K, 300 blackout.
I didn't watch the
I'm
original
sorry.
either.
S&G.
I didn't watch the original either, but I have heard more than one person say that they didn't think he was guilty. I guess we're going to have to watch the Adam Montgomery trial next. I don't even know what he was accused of. I guess we got another one to rewatch before the retrial. That's 3, y'all. Dang.
Yeah, same head strap. S&B is what you were saying. Well, was it any different? Hang on. I'm sorry, it is S&B. Oh. AAC, BOK.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Not that Adam Montgomery. He's a football player.
Moving to 1619.
Oh,
S&B, 300.
that's the
Blackout,
guy that killed his
AAC, BOK.
daughter.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Moving to 1721.
In front and to the
Check that. 1717.
BOK, 300 blackout.
Too far. Let's back up to 1712.
S&B, 300. AAC, BOK, 300 blackout.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Moving now to 1800, about 18 minutes even.
300 blackout. Looking at AAC. Okay. S&B. 300 blackout. Looking at AAC. BOK.
Yes, sir, it is.
Between the table leg and the wall of the shootout.
We're in 1847.
It's going to be S&B. 300 blackout will be 300 AAC BOK.
Same thing?
Yes, sir.
So, okay.
Moving now to 2221.
Same head.
Excuse me, 2216.
Stamp S&B. 300 AAC BOK.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
BOK.
2309.
Will be S&B, 300 blackout, against that AACDLK.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Moving up to the right front
Now we're at 2356.
corner. Up the shootout. That'll be S&B, 300 blackout, exactly 300 AACDLK.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
And then the 2452.
S&B, 300 blackout. AACDLK.
Same thing?
Yes, sir.
They still haven't found her body. And it's the one I'm thinking of. She was a little cutie pie.
So I'll have to go get some more envelopes at this point.
I think that's what we just went to do.
I'm gonna move it forward. All right, we're now at 2802.
S&B, 300 blackout.
Little blonde girl with glasses.
AACDLK.
She was adorable.
Same thing?
Same thing, sir.
What?
We're now at 2908.
Look at how cute she was. That's what that article said, that they had not found her. But then I saw something else that said Harmony Montgomery found dead. So I don't know if they found her or not. Isn't she adorable? Who can do that to such a sweet little baby? God, that's awful. Yeah, we might have to watch that one too.
That's right. This is S&B, 300 blackout, AACDLK.
Same thing?
Same thing, sir.
I don't understand how that gets you a new trial.
Now we're at 3027.
S&B, 300 blackout,
This world's going to hell in a handbasket, man.
DLK.
It's the same thing, sir.
All these trials better not happen at
Now
the same
we're at
time. or I'm gonna lose it.
3132.
S&B, 300 blackout,
I know. I don't understand it either.
AACDLK.
Same thing?
Because the abuse charge and the murder charge happened together? That happens all the time. How is that? That's ridiculous. And that was New Hampshire Supreme Court. That wasn't at the low level court. That wasn't like regular appeals court. That was the Supreme Court.
Yes, sir, it is.
S&B, all right, here.
Now we're at 3216.
S&B, all right, 300 blackout, 300 AAC.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Almost done. Now we're at 3332.
In front of the shoot house, in front of the chair. S&B. AAC, okay, 300 blackout.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
It's gonna be in front of the shooting chair on
We're now at 3428.
the table. S&B. 300 blackout. AA. G, be okay. AA.
Same thing.
Yes, sir, it is.
You participated in multiple searches at various locations on the Murdaugh property at Moselle Road, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you repeatedly find S&B 300 blackout ammunition, both fired and unfired, at various locations throughout that property?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, we'll do one more very quick one, and this will be Exhibit 248. And I'm going to fast forward to about 102, and I've got it paused, but tell us generally where we are and what we're seeing here again, please, if you would.
This location is going to be between where the shoot house was located and the body of water that was there. It's where we had our dive trailer set up and table set up with a shade so that we could actually get out of the weather if we needed to.
And are you collecting any items here?
Yes, sir, I am.
And what are you collecting?
Spent 12 gauge shotgun shells.
All right, I'm going to let that play for a second. And for the record, we're at 24 seconds in.
Hold that.
All right. Let's see. All right, for the record, I'm stopping at 1 minute and 14 seconds. I'm going to show you again what's been marked as Safety Exhibit 21. And are there in fact shotgun shells present in there?
There is.
All right. And where were those collected from, those red shotgun shells?
It's depicted on the video on the Murdaugh property right near the waterway
All right.
at the shooting range.
Talk about some of the things that you did in this case, and you've told this jury that a primary focus that you had here because of your general knowledge of firearms was to gather that type of evidence. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
But you also participated in interviews in this case as well, didn't you?
Yes, sir, I did.
You talked about interviewing Rogan Gibson. You talked about interviewing John Bedingfield, right?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Did you interview the defendant or participate in an interview with the defendant?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do you remember what day that was that you participated in an interview with the defendant?
I don't remember the actual date.
Let me show you Exhibit 243 and see if you recognize this exhibit.
Okay.
Yes, sir, I do. All right. And what is that disc?
This is a recorded interview which was conducted with Alex Murdaugh on 6/10 of 2021.
All right. Are your initials on this disc?
They are.
Jim. Your Honor, this time we would offer an evidence States Exhibits 243, I believe, without objection.
Objection.
All right, let's play the video.
While you're setting that up, might have witness gun case. The defendant can't see the jury. That's not my problem.
Stand right quick while they're.
Yeah, Judge. That's
Sure.
Wow.
We'll see.
Wow. He needs to go to jail. The crooked cop. So does Sean Good. Get up to go to the bathroom and get Gatorade, and now what's happening? Is it a break? Everybody milling around?
Okay.
Oh, just a red plate? Oh, you got food.
Just do a quick bit of housekeeping. You talked earlier about your inquiries to John Bettenfield about the 300 blackouts. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And I want to show you what's been marked for ID only 245 at this time and see if you recognize that document. You pull it out of the sleeve.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And without going into the contents of that document, where did you get that particular document?
I received this document from John Benfield.
As part of the inquiries that you earlier described to the jury?
That is correct.
I'll take that out. The interview of the defendant on June 10th, 2021, where did that take place?
It was in Senior Special Agent David Owens's patrol vehicle in the yard of Mr. John Marvin Murdaugh's hunting lodge.
Your Honor, this time we're going to play Exhibit 243, the second interview of Alex Murdaugh.
Can I take this call really
Yes,
quick?
sir, go right
This is
ahead.
my sister-in-law,
Yes, go ahead.
and she's trying to. Hey, Mary. Okay, man, I'm meeting with when I meet with law enforcement, so I'll call you in just a minute.
I don't have a card. That's fine.
Did Chelsea call you? Okay. Okay. Can you let Chelsea know and then make her run Lynn down? Okay, well, tell her to go get Christy to find Lynn. Get any one of the secretaries to find her. All right. Thank you. Sorry to put that on you. Bye.
That's all right. One thing I want to do before we start is I'd like to get a cell phone exam so we can just corroborate everything. Let me get a consent, and I got a guy here that's going to do it.
Are you going to download it now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
So I'll get to keep my phone?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Who was the guy that was there to download Alex's phone? Do you remember?
Dylan Hightower with 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office.
He works with the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office.
That is correct.
At that point in time, that was the prosecutor's office in charge of the case.
That is correct.
It was not until August that the case got sent to the Attorney General's office.
That is correct.
How much attorney-client privilege stuff is on there?
A lot.
Okay. We do have a taint attorney that's going to examine it before we ever do.
What is a tank attorney?
A taint attorney, they look at somebody who's not affiliated with the case that makes sure that there's, Jim, do you know? Can you explain it better?
Sure. And I mean, it's a privileged attorney that doesn't, if there is attorney-client privilege information, it's redacted or extracted by the taint attorney.
How do they know who's the client?
I know.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
You know what?
But
if y'all get some attorney-client stuff.
That is, would go through me. And
so signature.
Just write your name here.
So, Alec, I've had situations where
it's not a big deal.
Give me a list of all his clients or something like that, but
I'll fill out the rest.
I think the big thing, Joe, is, when you download that phone, I don't know if emails come with it or not, because that's probably where all this attorney-client privilege stuff.
And we can actually isolate the emails.
Yeah, that's probably. So you don't text clients, but
no, I do. I text a lot of clients.
Okay.
I'm not a big emailer.
Is that at 11 or 12, or do you know?
I do not know.
Okay. I can tell you that case for you if you want me to. You look at the back, you should have that number. And what was your date of birth again?
2768.
And last word, so they'll get all that.
7.
You got the last.
7483. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Doesn't say anything on it. Most of the new ones don't. Oh, well, this guy. Jim, you want to witness that for me, please? And if you got a passcode on
my passcode is
write it on there.
Start at the bottom 9, go up 9669.
9669.
Yes, sir.
All right, let me run this till I'll be right back.
Where are you from, sir?
I'm actually from Barnwell.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, sir.
I got some cousins in Barnwell.
I got people in Barnwell too. Mixon.
Mixon oil?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my.
You kin to Dickie Mixon?
I don't know. That Mixon oil, my Uncle Ray Mixon, and his son Teddy and Bobby and a bunch of them. Then Freddie Mixon.
I knew Freddie Mixon very well.
Yeah, and his wife Etta and Jill.
Mr. Freddie goes to Elko Church.
Yeah, not anymore. He did.
He went.
He did.
Yeah.
Well, I was at his funeral. He had a tiger paw casket at the funeral. He's a big Clemson guy.
You know Big John Bedingfield, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
I know John.
That's my cousin.
Okay.
Who was he just talking about right there?
John Bedingfield, the DNR officer, who is also the one that built the AR style rifles, 300 blackout for him.
In Sweet Caroline.
John's son and my son are the same age. They were in school together.
So you grew up in Vaughn?
Yes, sir. All right, sir. So he's got it. And he's taking care of that.
But I get it back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, sir. So when we spoke the other night, I got kind of a basic overview.
Yes, sir.
And it was pretty traumatic.
That's okay.
Yeah,
I know
so,
you
yeah.
need to ask me. You ask me what you need to.
So I want you to, let's start Monday morning and take me through your day.
Monday morning, did I do Monday morning? My wife and my older son had gone to the baseball games that weekend.
Mm-hmm.
I really can't remember what I did Monday. I know I went to work, but I think I was dragging a little bit from the weekend, and then I went to work. I usually mess around on my farm, and then I go to work. I was at work.
Were you at the office in Hampton, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I was at my office in Hampton. I was just at my office doing
Legal work.
Yes, sir. I'm sure I can go back and probably recreate some specifics if you need me to, but I can't sit here and recall on the top of my head exactly what I was working on. I know one thing I was working on was we had some big motions coming up in a Dominion Energy case. I was getting ready for those. And I was getting ready for some motions. I'm a defendant in a civil case involving my son. I told you about the boat wreck.
Yes, sir.
And there were some motions coming up in that on Thursday, and I was mostly just getting ready for those things. And then
This is in response to a question as to what he was doing the day of the murders.
That is correct, yes, sir.
And he said he was working on some motions in the Dominion Energy case, and then also where he's personally a defendant in the boat case. Is that correct?
That is correct,
And that's
yes,
what
sir.
he said he was doing the day of the murders. Is that right?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Thank you.
other junk.
What time did you leave the house to go to the office?
I'm not sure.
Who all was at the house when you left?
To go to my office that morning?
Or when you got up, who was at the house?
I'm sure my wife was. And I can't remember if Blanca had made it out there yet or not.
And who was Blanca?
Blanca is our housekeeper.
Okay.
And she comes different. She doesn't have set hours, but she comes most days. She'll be able to tell you if I was there when she left or not. I can't remember.
And so you went to the office, you did, some motions. What time did you leave the office?
Real quick. What was the name of the housekeeper?
Blanca.
And when she left or not, I can't remember.
And so you went to the office, you did, some motions. What time did you leave the office?
I left a little bit earlier than normal because my son Paul was coming home.
Okay.
Because he had not been with us during the weekend, and he was coming home. We were going to replant some sunflowers the next day, and so he was calibrating, doing, and getting everything ready. So he got home a little early. I left a little early, so he and I could knock around, and we knocked around for, just doing things we like to do out there. We're riding around looking at food plots, looking for hogs, a little bit of target shooting, just bullshit.
Yeah. You said Paul wasn't with you over the weekend. Where does he live with you at the house on Moselle?
Well, that's his home, but he has an apartment in Columbia.
Okay.
And he goes to Charleston a lot of weekends with his buddies.
Okay.
And he had been in Charleston for the weekend.
Okay.
And then Paul works for my brother John. That's out here. You met John.
Yes, sir.
So Paul works for him. So Paul decided to he went to spend the night with my brother, his Uncle John. They were very, very close.
Okay.
Sunday night.
Okay.
And then he worked for John Marvin, and he came home Monday afternoon.
Okay.
Just real quick, Alex Murdaugh told you that he left work a little earlier than normal. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's what he said.
And one of the things he told you is they were riding around looking for hogs. Is that right?
Looking for hogs, yes, sir.
Do people often use 300 blackout to shoot hogs?
They do.
About roughly what time in the afternoon?
You know, I would think it'd be somewhere in the 5 o'clock range, a little bit. It was broad daylight when we were, it wasn't dusk, dark, or late.
Okay.
You know, and we rode, we just rode around. We rode around our dove field looking at how the corn was doing. He and I had planted corn in the dove field, and he planted the corn in the duck pond, and he was, showing me how much better his corn was doing than mine was. And we rode around the duck pond. I mean, we just, we rode the property.
Yes, sir.
We rode the property. Then, we rode around so much. We just rode. Probably. It was a good little while. It was more than 20 minutes or 30 minutes. And, was it 2 hours? I don't know. I'd say it was more than an hour, probably.
Really wasn't keeping track of time.
And it wasn't, it wasn't getting dark. Mama wasn't home yet. She had gone to a doctor's appointment.
Yeah. Just out of curiosity, target practice, what y'all shooting?
Just a little bottle. You give me what gun?
Yeah.
A 22 Magnum.
Rat shot.
I think no, it wasn't rat shot. I think he shot 2 times and I shot 1 time.
Okay.
He told you that they shot just a couple of times, the target shooting at a bottle, 22 Magnum. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is 22 Magnum, is that a very small round, or is that a much larger rifle round like 300 Blackout?
That is a small round.
22 is about as small as it comes.
They make them smaller, but it is small.
So after y'all got finished riding around, you try to take me through the rest of the evening.
All right. At some point we were all back at the house together.
Mm-hmm.
Maggie had gotten home, and we sat down, we ate supper, which we usually eat supper together. The one thing I remember, I don't know how much detail y'all want, so if I start talking about something that you don't need, just tell me and I'll move to something else.
The more detail, the better.
So Paul has been having high blood pressure, and his mama was worried sick about it. So we were actually, this was a direct thing, getting him, he doesn't like to go to doctors, making him go get his blood pressure checked. His feet had swollen up recently.
Wow.
So, that was, it was a big, huge deal.
Okay.
We hung around the house for a little while. I know that Maggie went to the kennels. I don't know exactly where Paul went, but he left the house too.
Okay. How did Maggie get down to the kennels?
I don't know exactly, but on normal occasions, she would drive a buggy, drive a 4-wheeler, or very common for her to walk.
Okay. How about Paul?
Paul wasn't much of a walker, but he would use all of the others.
Okay.
But it could be anyway,
Okay.
I don't know exactly. I wish I could help you with that.
So they left and went down to the kennels.
Well, Maggie went to go to the kennels.
Okay. Paul left.
And I'm assuming, Paul left because of,
Gotcha.
what happened. I'm assuming Paul went to the kennels.
Okay. And what did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house.
What did he tell you?
He didn't like him.
Maggie and Paul went to the
Yes, we didn't
kennels?
give him enough when
He
was a
stayed
puppy.
in the house.
I'm assuming Paul went to the kennels.
Okay. And what did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house.
Okay.
And I was watching TV, looking at my phone, and I actually fell asleep on the couch.
Okay. And what time did you?
I don't know
wake up?
exactly what time I woke up, but when y'all get my phone, I think one of the first things I did when I got up was call Maggie because I was going to my mom's. And I know I texted her because I checked my phone. And what time did we say the text was, Jim? Like 9:06.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, I got it written down for you.
I showed you the other night, didn't I?
Yes, sir. I got this.
So, I texted her. So I called her just before that. And I mean, she didn't answer at that point. And I left to go to my mom's.
Okay.
Y'all will just have to look. I'm not sure if I called Paul.
Well, and that's why we're getting the phone so we can nail down the times and everything.
So I left, drove. I'm gonna tell y'all this, even though I think it's kind of crazy. I was certain that I heard them pull up. I mean, I was positive that I heard, and people don't just come out there. We don't get like passed through. I was certain that I heard them pull up, but they didn't.
I want to hear you again.
The defendant told you that he thought he heard somebody pull up, but they didn't?
Yes, sir.
And that was before, according to him, he left the house. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Well, if you heard something pull up, what did it sound like?
I can't tell you what it sounded like. I just know that I thought that my wife had pulled up, or that Paul had pulled up.
Would it have been the buggy that she normally drives, or would it be a car?
No. I had the impression that a car pulled up.
Okay.
And
had you woken up by that time, but hadn't left for your mom's?
Yep.
Okay.
But it wasn't much time in between there because I left pretty damn close. It wasn't much time between me waking up and me leaving the house.
Okay.
And when I went outside, there's a wild cat that lives around that house. Okay. I'm pretty sure it was the cat that ran from my car, but I never had the impression it was a person, but there was something.
Okay.
It was a wild
At this point, the defendant tells you something about a wildcat running. He wasn't sure if it was a person.
Yes, sir. That's what he says.
But I really don't think,
2 o'clock.
I'm just throwing that out there because it was in my mind.
Yeah, no, that's
You're
fine.
on a journey with you this morning.
I left. I drove to my mom's. I checked on my mom.
She lives right out here, correct?
Yep, she lives at Alameda. Okay. Checked on my mom. Talked with Shelly for a few minutes.
Shelly is
the caregiver.
Okay.
And I know that I called some people on the way there. I know I returned a call from my brother John. I know that I called Chris Wilson. I know that I talked to Buster. So I made a few phone calls.
Okay.
And
where was Buster?
Buster was in Rock Hill.
Okay. Is that where he lives, or?
No, he lives in Columbia, but he just started a new job. He's going back to law school in January.
Okay.
So he's working a little part-time job with Wild Wings.
Okay.
Through January.
Gotcha.
Just kind of killing time. And he was in, his girlfriend lives in Rock Hill. She's studying for the bar exam. So he had to be in Charlotte. So he was staying with her in Rock Hill, her and her mom.
Okay.
Can I open the store?
Yes, sir. So,
all right, so where are we? All right, so then I
left your mom's and making phone calls.
I left my mom's and I went back home. I got to the house. I went inside. Nobody was there. I got in the car. I went back to the kennels and,
And when you went back to the kennels, besides Maggie and Paul, Did you see anybody, any cars?
I didn't see
Take
anything
your
right
time.
then, no, sir.
Take your time.
You know, I saw Maggie and I saw Paul laying down. I knew, you know, I didn't know, you know, I knew it was bad. I went over there and, you know, I saw it.
Yeah.
And, you know, I called 911.
Quit saying you know.
And what made you decide to go back to the house and
That's
get a
why they're
gun?
asking questions.
Yeah, I just think the whole scene had me freaked out.
Okay. Did you take your car back up there, or did you run up there?
No, I drove.
Okay.
How did Alex Murdaugh say he went back to the house after finding Maggie and Paul to supposedly go get a gun?
He drove.
And of course, the shotgun that we have is the one you brought back.
They were asking me earlier. I'm not sure which one it was.
Jim, it was a 12 gauge. I know, yeah, Ronnie had a question if it was 12 or 20. It was a 12 gauge.
And it was that camo, down there.
Yes, sir. I think it was the 12 camo Benelli.
I think so. But that's about all you got, Benelli out there, right?
And we talked about this a little bit the other night too.
Come back with the gun or just stay at the house.
I know Paul had been getting some threats and getting some being assaulted from, you know, the boat. Who stands out in your mind, besides the boat incident, who stands out in your mind that would want to come after Paul and or Maggie?
I mean, sir, I can't think of anybody who would want to go to that extreme. You know, I mean, he got a bunch of threats, mostly from, you know, I mean, I have no idea.
How would he receive most of those threats?
What do you mean?
I mean, would people call and hang up on him, or send him text, or
it wasn't
social
so much
media?
that. No, it was mostly like in-person confrontations, are the ones that I learned about. Now, I suspect his friends can probably tell you about more, because I doubt Paul told me about all of them.
Okay.
But I knew about a lot of them. You know, there were a lot of times where people would come up to him and he'd be like, they'd say something about, you know, you gonna tell me who was driving that boat, or you little piece of shit, were you driving that boat? You know, stuff like that.
Okay. Who did he go to Charleston with on the boat that weekend?
I don't know exactly. I know that, I mean, I know who his buddies are, but specifically who was on the boat with him, I'm not sure.
Okay.
You know, but I can give you a list of names of who it probably was.
So, Joe, I don't know if you want me to weigh in here. You maybe put your pins down, but a good buddy of mine's son went fishing with me yesterday out in the ocean, and he has a best friend, and his dad's name is Lee Chapman. But
yeah,
the kid said, Lee's son said that Paul slept on his couch in Charleston 2 nights before he was murdered. So it's Lee Chapman's son. I can get his name. You probably know Lee's son. I don't, but he goes to the Citadel. But that's where Paul was.
Okay.
And I learned that yesterday out on a fishing trip, which is I have to stand.
Cool. I mean, yes, sir. If you could get me Lee Chapman's son's contact information.
There was a bunch of Chapman cousins that Paul was very close with. The closest one being Wills Chapman and Frank Chapman.
Wills Chapman's his name, but I'll get your number for him.
And Frank is John Chapman's son, and Wills is Lee Chapman's son.
Yeah. Okay. That's where you want.
And those boys are, you know, they're just really good boys and friends of Paul's.
And one of them is Wills with an S, right?
That's right.
And Wills goes to the Citadel. That's you understand?
No, he's graduated from the
Citadel. Graduated from.
And Frank was in the Citadel, but I think he had some kind of, you know, academic troubles. But I'm telling you now, I can promise you that, I mean, those boys love Paul. Well, it's absolutely
Well, I just want to talk to them about their weekend and
Sure.
Yeah.
I can tell you
and then
this,
say,
riding around with Paul, he was
no, we don't.
his normal bright,
Finish your sentence.
Just, he was a really great kid.
So being a dad myself, what was the biggest issue you had with Paul when you had to call him down and scold him or correct him? What was the biggest issue you had with Paul?
Irresponsibility. He was ADHD. He was bad about jumping from, and he had so many wonderful qualities now, but he was bad about jumping from, he'd start this, maybe not quite finish it, do something else. And, you'll find out from his friends, he had clothes strung out all over the state. He did that with clothes. He did that with guns. He did that with my boats. So.
He lost what?
He would misplace stuff or leave stuff behind, right?
Yes, everywhere. I mean, he would go off for the weekend. Sometimes he wouldn't pack clothes because he's got clothes in somebody's house. I mean, Paul was one, he wouldn't understand how you go out, you and a girl go out on a date. He liked the crowd.
And who was his girlfriend?
He didn't have a girlfriend right now.
Okay.
Alex, last time I talked to him like 2 weeks ago, although we texted, he was going to Greenville for the weekend. He had friends up there, girlfriend up there?
No, we had a family thing in Greenville, and he came up, Paul didn't play golf. He came up on Friday and stayed Saturday, and then he left to go to Charleston, and we stayed another day to play golf. My niece on my wife's side is having a baby, and we went up for that.
And you said on Monday Maggie had a doctor's appointment in Charleston. And I know we talked about this on Monday. Do you call the doctor that she went to, or for what the reason was?
Maggie had a couple little things going on, and I personally think she was going to see Dr. Gordine, but I'm not positive.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's who it was. I can find out specifically though. Her mom will know.
Okay. And you said she and Buster were at the ball games all weekend?
Yes. With me.
With you? And what ball games?
Carolina Regional.
They didn't make it past those, did they?
No.
Okay. Paul was in Charleston, so he didn't hang out with y'all that weekend.
No, sir.
And what time did Maggie get back home Monday night?
It was after Paul and I had gone. She was not there when Paul and I left to go mess around.
Okay.
So, it was sometime after that. So there was a point when, she got back, we got back.
When y'all got back from riding around and messing around on the farm, was she home or?
Yes.
Okay.
The defendant told you that Maggie was home when they got back from riding around the property. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
So, and I don't believe she'd been home too long when.
And what's her car? That Mercedes that's out there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And you said Bianca had prepared dinner that night.
Yeah, Blanca cooked dinner that night because Maggie cooks, when the boys are home, or she tries to really for me, but she wasn't going to be there that day. So she had Blanca cook a meal.
How is your relationship with Maggie?
Very good. As good as it could possibly be. I mean, you know, we had our issues, but wonderful.
And I'm just trying to understand the family dynamic.
I understand you got to do what you got to do. I promise.
What was y'all's biggest arguments? What your biggest the things that y'all would argue about the most, what would they be over?
I mean, we really didn't argue, but I'd say the only thing that caused any friction between us is she was always wanting us to go. And I love her in-laws. I mean, they're wonderful people. I love them to death. She was always wanting to go there, stay there a little longer than me and the boys wanted to stay. That was really, and it really, you know, she'd get ticked off.
Yeah.
You mean her family? You said her in-laws. You mean her family?
I mean her family. I mean, we really didn't argue about much. We didn't have much to argue about. I mean, I'm sure there was an occasional thing that came up that we argued about, but I can't tell you what it is. I can't think of it.
Yeah. Take your time. Good. Tissue.
I'm sorry.
You good.
And she was a wonderful girl and a wonderful wife. And she was a great mother. She, you know, she didn't work. And she always said it was her job since she was privileged enough not to work. She was going to make sure she took care of me and the boys. And I mean, she did everything. She did absolutely everything. I'm sorry.
No, you have every right to do that.
I'm good. You go ahead.
That afternoon, or during the time you and Paul were right.
Yes, sir.
Did y'all go up to around the kennels or anything? Did y'all do anything up toward the kennels?
I'm sure we did. You know, that's our main shop is, you know, right there. But, you know, I mean, we're normally in there for long times tinkering. And I will say that particular day, we did not tinker around there a bunch, you know?
When y'all rode around the farm, what were y'all in the truck or?
Well, we were actually in two trucks. We rode in one truck and then we rode in another truck some. One was the black one and one was the white one that was out there.
Mr. Allen.
Yes, sir.
You know, the other day when we were there, we came in and we were talking with John a little bit.
Sure.
And y'all obviously got a lot of, I say a lot, you said 20 or 25 weapons.
Yes, sir.
And do you know kind of what you got as far as any kind of, what kind of weapons you may have?
I'm pretty much, yes, sir.
And I know you might not remember them all, but can you kind of run down what you, or kind of what you had, what you got, you know, out there?
That I own or that's in there now?
That you own.
All right. That I own.
That's in there, you know, or wherever they're at.
And, you know, I mean, Paul has guns scattered all over the place. So, you know, some of our guns aren't there. But so you want to know all of them or you want to know what I think is in my house? Or what was in my house on Monday?
Yeah, what was in your house? Let's start with what was in your house on Monday.
Okay, whatever was in my house on Monday is exactly what was there minus one shotgun that y'all got.
Okay.
No guns have been moved for, there hadn't been any guns moved in and out of there other than when Paul was home. When Paul came home, he would ride around and shoot hogs a lot.
What would he shoot hogs with?
Primarily he would shoot them with Buster's gun. Because Paul had a 300 Blackout.
Okay.
And it got, he says it got stolen. And it's been gone for some time.
What did he say Paul liked to do?
To this repeating what the tape says. The jury can hear the tape and just stopping and repeating exactly what Mr. Murdaugh said on the tape.
This witness was actually present, and while there is a recording, he's also fair to relate to the jury what he heard being present for that very conversation.
I overruled the objection.
Thank you.
But anyway,
Let me ask the question again. What did Mr. Murdaugh tell you that Paul liked to do?
Ride around and shoot hogs.
And what did Mr. Murdaugh tell you that the weapon was he used to do that?
He used his brother's 300 Blackout.
So he would use his brother's Blackout a lot of times.
So Buster also had a 300?
I gave them both one.
Okay. When was that?
About years ago.
Okay. More than a year ago,
more than a year ago. Okay. All right. So, but he would do anything. Paul had this, like a little light that I used that night. Paul would take that thing up to, by 308, and I mean he was always rigging something. So sometimes shotguns when he would go try to kill the hogs, because the piglets would be grouped up, but normally he would have a rifle when he went to shoot the pigs. So, all right, so going back to the guns, y'all want me to tell y'all what was in there? Don't y'all, have an inventory?
I videoed that the thing. I didn't write down everything that you had. I just took a random, just like a recording of what was on the gun rack or on the gun wall in the gun room that day.
And there are some more guns that aren't in that gun room. I don't know how many, but
okay.
Like I do know there's a shotgun in my bedroom.
And I think Miss Agent Katie, walked with John and saw that one.
Okay. And I imagine there's probably some in some other rooms. I know that I think it was we have two gun cases, one small one and one big one, and I moved some guns from the little case to the big case just because her mom and dad were in there, and I just took all the guns to the back room. But that's after the fact.
This time, could I request a brief break?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break for about 10 minutes. Yes, sir. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, we're resuming with the publishing of Stacy Exhibit 243, and we're picking up at 36 minutes and 15 seconds in the video. I'm actually going to back it up 10 seconds just since we took a break.
You know, her mom and dad were in there, and I just took all the guns to the back room. But that's after the fact.
Would those guns have been in the room, in the gun room when we came up there with John?
I can't remember exactly when y'all came, but probably. I think y'all came a little bit because it was a good while before y'all came.
Yes, one thing right here. You had earlier shown some body cam footage of your search of the gun room. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Ultimately, that day on June 8th, 2021, did agents also go to other areas of the residence to look for any other firearms that fit the description or fit the caliber of the two weapons from the murder scene?
Yes, sir, they did.
And by two weapons, I should say two calibers from the murder scene.
Yes, sir.
And that would be 300 blackout and 12 gauge.
That is correct.
So ultimately, these weapons that were seized, those are the only ones recovered matching those two calibers.
That is correct.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was probably 2 o'clock or so that afternoon before we got there. Now, did y'all keep any guns out at the kennels?
We didn't keep guns out there, but there were always guns out there.
Okay.
You know?
That didn't make sense.
I mean, and I'm going to be honest with you, we were all a little bit bad about it, but Paul was the worst. You know, he was the worst.
He would leave a gun out there?
He would leave anything anywhere. And, you know, it was not unusual for there to be guns out there.
Did y'all take the
But like I can tell you that, I mean, they told me that a 300 blackout was used in this. That 300 blackout, you know, it was not out there.
So y'all didn't use that for target practice, or he didn't have it out there with them on Monday?
No.
Okay, no, that's right, because it was in the house.
What did the defendant tell you about whether or not there was a 300 blackout present at the kennels on the night of the murders?
He said it was not out there.
So Paul said that one was stolen or lost, and it was some time ago. Was that reported anywhere?
It wasn't officially reported because I wasn't totally convinced it was stolen.
Okay.
You know, as opposed to lost. But I mean, you know, there were people told about it.
Yeah.
I know that I told John Bedingfield about it. I know that I told some other local officers about it, you know, just in case it turned up in a drug thing.
Okay.
But I didn't do an official report.
Okay. The two that you bought for the boys, that each one of them had one, and the one Paul lost, is that the only ones that you have?
Well, I'm gonna tell you this. I thought that Paul got another one replaced, but Buster said we didn't, but I was certain that we did. But, I mean, my memory is it's been gone for a substantial while, too.
After that long pause, what did Alex Murdaugh, the defendant over there, tell you about the third blackout?
To his memory, it had been gone for a substantial amount of time, too.
Do you remember anything about them as far as were they the same colors?
They were identical except for colors.
Okay. Which one was Buster's?
Buster's the one we still have. Paul's the one that lost his.
Okay. What were the two colors?
Black and tan. Buster's is black, Paul's was tan.
Okay. When you say you thought you replaced it after he lost it, with another one, but Buster says you didn't.
I believe that we did.
Okay.
I mean, there'll be a record of that, won't it?
Should be, yes, sir.
I know we replaced it. But, you know, I wouldn't, I know we replaced it because I wouldn't replace it again. Maybe I just think that now, I don't know. But I'm certain we replaced it.
Have you talked to CV Rowe since Monday or Tuesday?
Yes, sir.
Because I know we talked about what he had done on the farm. Is he still employed?
He's still employed because I got to have somebody keeping it clean. But I can't keep him. I mean, he's an idiot.
Yeah.
And, you know I told you, I don't know why that story seemed important to me the other night.
Yeah.
I really can't see CB Rowe doing, I just can't. I really do not believe that.
Well, it's an odd story.
It's a messed up story.
And, you know, and I'm just being in law enforcement for so long and working these type cases. And I don't know the Arlington area, but talking to Colleton County and seeing the property and how isolated it is, finding somebody that's just going to randomly come up there that late at night that doesn't know the property, you know, so of course I have to look within and then start working my way out.
So you feel like it's not random. You feel like it's intentional. I mean, planned.
I don't know what to feel right now. And I hate to say that. I don't know what to feel right now.
So do y'all have any good clues?
All of the evidence that we collected Tuesday morning, and we collected additional evidence on Tuesday afternoon. They've collected evidence at autopsy today. So we're trying to put a rush on that to get an answer quick, and hoping that's going to tell us something.
By evidence, I mean, is it things you think are going to be helpful?
Well, I mean, the shot shells out there, the casings, the DNA swabs that we took from the door handle to see if anybody touched the door handles, any other places that we think somebody may have touched while they were out there. You know, we're trying to collect DNA from that and analyze that. Which at the conclusion of this, what I'm going to also ask is that we get a buccal swab, a DNA swab from you.
No problem.
Your DNA is going to be there, but we need to eliminate it once it's developed. So, you know,
we don't need that unknown when it actually is a family member.
There's no problem.
I mean, we have talked to close to 100 people trying to track people down, and we're still tracking people down. And that's why, you know, who Paul was with.
I want to tell you one thing while I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
Paul was really an incredibly intuitive little dude.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, he was like a little detective. And, I mean, Paul would, you know, you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
No, I don't. What are you trying to say?
Which leads me to, let's go back to Paul right quick while we're on him. So we have his phone. Do you know his passcode?
I don't. And I'm going to tell you this right now. There's a few people I can point you to.
Yeah.
But I can tell you that he was super, super, super secretive with that. I mean, cell phone. I asked his brother if he knew it. Did the ones that they got the other day didn't
When you,
work?
Did y'all get any the other day?
Not for Paul's phone. No.
Okay. I know they got Maggie's code.
I know Maggie.
Yeah.
And it works, or it worked.
Yeah.
I've not gotten it, but there's a lot of people out moving parts that may have gotten that information. So we'll follow up on it. If you believe somebody gave us a code for Paul's, or a possible code for Paul's.
Maybe it was Maggie's. I don't know.
Okay.
But I'll find out. I will try to find out Paul's code.
Okay.
But it will surprise me greatly if somebody knows it.
I mean, certainly, talking about the investigation, certainly we're looking at every angle, trying to figure out what fits. And we're talking to, people that were involved in the boat case. We're trying to track down people that Paul knew and were friends with. That's why I asked who he was in Charleston with, so we can go try and see if they might know something or try to figure something out. We're trying to get into his phone to see if there's any information, see if he got like a direct threat from somebody there. The people that are here are not the only ones working on this. We've got people out doing things right now.
Thank you.
We're trying to pull everything in. Just the area, Arlington, unfortunately, there's not a lot of people moving around. I've got somebody looking at videos right now back at the office, combing through hours of videos that we've gone out and collected.
Well, thank y'all.
Yeah.
Very much.
So,
Mr. Alex.
You don't have to call me Miss. You just call me Alex. Thank you for that.
Alex, when you and Paul got back to the house, Miss Maggie's there, and y'all eat supper, which has been prepared, and you said you laid down and took a little nap, and when you got up, Maggie and Paul was gone, or did they leave when you laid down?
I believe that I'm not sure.
But they weren't there when you woke up around the 9 o'clock mark or so when you made the call to Maggie to let her know you're going to your
No, nobody was in that house when I left.
So, and just trying to narrow that, the last time that you saw Paul and Maggie's when y'all were eating supper.
Yes, sir.
Asked the defendant, when was the last time he saw Maggie and Paul? What did he tell you?
When he was eating supper.
Until you came back from your mom's and found what you found.
Alex probably told you all this. He did check for a pulse. Yes.
Right, and that's why we want to do the DNA. Right.
I don't know.
Yes.
When you tried to turn Paul over, do you know if you tried to turn him like towards the kennels or away from the kennels and his phone fell out?
Away. I think I turned him away.
Okay. Was he left-handed or right-handed?
He was right-handed.
Where did he normally keep his phone?
Usually in his hand. But
The defendant was asked during this interview where Paul normally kept his phone. What did he say?
Usually in his hand.
It was always on him. Pocket, hand, truck.
Where did Maggie carry her phone? Anywhere she could?
Yes, sir. Did y'all get fingerprints on her phone?
I haven't gotten that back yet.
When Paul's phone came out, did you just pick it up and put it on, place it back down on him, or?
Yeah, I did not try to open it or anything. I don't know how I had in my mind that I needed to not mess anything up. I had that, somehow I had that presence of mind that I needed to not mess anything up. And so I tried not to.
And you definitely saw a traumatic picture, and I know it's not hard, or not easy. I know it's hard. And sitting here talking today is tough.
It's just so bad. They did it so bad.
Oh, I forgot about that.
About traumatic picture
I did him
that he
so
saw of Paul and Maggie. What did he say?
It's just so bad. I did him so bad.
I did him so bad.
Yes, sir.
He's such a good boy, too. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But the little things that we've got.
I understand.
Is necessary so that we can get a little better picture as to what may have happened.
Well, I just thank y'all for everything. My in-laws, my parents, my in-laws, I would like somebody to update me or my brother or somebody so that I can tell them as y'all discover things. Unless there's some reason y'all don't do that.
Well,
I mean, they just have so many questions.
I understand. And
I mean, they may even, well, no, they don't.
well, I mean, I know Maggie's mother just had a knee replacement. How was their health overall other than that?
They're ailing a little bit. They're getting on up there. Daddy has some neuropathy, but I mean, they're in good physical health. They're in good, their fortitude is good. They're just, they're just getting age on them, you know?
Yes, sir. Are they in Somerville or are they at the house on Moselle?
No, they live in Somerville.
Okay.
But they're here now.
Oh, they're here in this house?
No, they're in Moselle.
Okay. Because I'll go by and speak with them and meet with them. If you think that would help.
I think that would help a tremendous amount if you would just be willing just to sit down and let them. Hearing from me and John Marvin and Danny and whoever, what little tidbits y'all get, I just, I think it would give them peace of mind to know that y'all got a team of people out there on it.
Yes, sir.
And just to really have something, a tangible person instead of being told.
We got a contact number for them?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to get that.
Put you
Number 15, cell phone contact.
I'm so sorry.
And I know y'all have the phone. Y'all can y'all can then.
You're talking about the tower itself.
Yeah.
Her mom and dad are just such good people. I mean, they're just
Doing all
wonderful
that, some of the
people.
other guys were back at the
I love her
office.
so much, and
Everybody we can deal
it
with.
really would make them feel good.
What are their names?
A lot of technical.
My father-in-law's name is Terry.
But yes, we
My mother-in-law's name is Kennedy, and they're Brandstetters. And my sister-in-law, who in her
Spell Brandstetter for me.
Brandstetter, and then my sister-in-law, who was closest to Maggie in the whole world, is Marion Proctor. Yeah. And her husband is Bart Proctor. And they live in Charleston.
Do you have a contact number for any?
I know their numbers.
Okay.
843.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to mute the video with consent of the defense, just so that number is not broadcast.
Yes, Your Honor, we agree.
Promise you, Alex, someone that my life depended on it, I couldn't tell anybody, my mother-in-law or father-in-law.
I'm telling you, man, I've been the luckiest person in the world with in-laws. I mean, they are wonderful.
Yeah, I tell people all the time, it's my in-laws that I like, it's my wife's in-laws I don't.
There you go.
Let me grab a piece of paper, I'll be right back.
Here's Will's Chapman's number. Okay.
Your Honor, again, I'm going to mute it because another contact number is given, I believe, with consent of the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
You want me to dig them up?
And David, I'm gonna forward you this contract. Maybe you don't want me to do it like that, but
Okay.
someone sent me Will's Chapman's
Hold on a
number.
minute, please.
Contact information. Yeah, I think it's just the phone number. Yeah, all I got was the phone number.
All right, so we have victim's advocate, Miss Marion Walker.
Thank you.
That's her cell number.
Thank you.
There's some information for you on the back. In the victim's advocate program, they help with different things. I think more specifically, what would be more beneficial, especially for you and Buster, is some counseling down the road, grief counseling.
You know, I do some assistant solicitor's work.
Yeah.
So, you know,
You're familiar with
familiar
it.
with the thing. But thank you so
Yes, sir.
much.
Discussion about victim's advocate. What did Mr. Murdaugh tell you about his career?
That he did some assistant solicitors work, and he was familiar with the program.
And again, what is an assistant solicitor?
He's a prosecutor which prosecutes criminal offenses.
Okay, criminal prosecutor?
Yes, sir.
I know y'all planned out the funeral today. When is the funeral?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Y'all have
Well,
visit?
we're doing a service tomorrow. Maggie and Paul aren't going to be ready until next week. So we're doing a service tomorrow, and then we're going to have a private family thing one day next week.
Okay. Okay. Are y'all doing anything tonight? Because I can run by and talk to Terry and Kennedy tonight.
I think the sooner you can come and talk to them, the peace of mind that would really help them.
Okay.
That's convenient for you. So we're out at the house tonight, but and if for some reason they go back early because of the service tomorrow, that they may be staying tonight, they may not be, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
All of their cousins and family on the Branstetter side and the Hubbard side is coming in from Kentucky. And so they may be going back to stay with them.
Okay.
I'll find out and call you. I think you called me.
Yes, sir.
On this date of this interview on June 10th, 2021, to your knowledge, had there been another death in the family?
At this point, it had not.
Okay. Was there one not long after this?
Yes, it was.
And who died?
Mr. Alex's father.
And what was his name?
Randolph.
Jim's got my number.
Okay.
I gave him my phone.
I'll find out and call you in just a minute.
Okay. You good? All right. Do you have any other questions that I might be able to answer right now that we hadn't gone over?
No, sir.
As soon as I get something, and if it's okay with you, John Marvin asked me to go through him.
That's fine.
So I'm not bothering you in case you're doing something.
Thanks.
What time is the service tomorrow?
12 o'clock.
Okay. Where is that going to be?
Hampton.
What, at the church or?
It's graveside.
Okay. So if I get something around that time, I won't bother you. I'll wait 1:30 and.
If you get anything important, you can call me anytime.
Okay.
Anytime.
Okay. Are y'all going to publicize the service, or is it just going to be for family and friends?
No, sir. It's going to be, it's going to be open, but I got TC and those making sure I don't want any press anywhere near.
Yeah.
So,
No, they don't deserve to be near.
they're going to make sure, in the town of Hampton that, there's no press.
Okay. All right. Well, y'all got my numbers.
I think you said with that phone, it'll take a while.
I'm gonna go check on it. Y'all go back in the house. When it's done, I'll bring it to you.
Let me do the.
Oh, the buckle, yes. Let's do the buckle swab right quick.
All right, you can sit where you at, Alex, and I'm gonna step out, but I got glove up. And
Oh, what?
The buckle.
There was a question asked about, do you think he's through with that phone? What were they talking about?
Mr. Alex's phone, which he had given to us to do a download on.
And who was doing that download again?
Dylan Hightower.
And that was occurring while this interview was going on?
Yes, sir.
Now you're discussing the buckle swab, is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
The buckle swab, yeah.
Oh, do I need to spit out my tobacco?
It might be better.
yes, sir.
Yeah.
And I'll get everything together.
I'm doing the consent now.
That's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and where's your gloves at?
You didn't grab gloves?
I did not, but I know one of these vehicles has got gloves. I'm not in mine.
For the record, at this point in the video, we're at 1 hour and 2 minutes. What happens next? What if anything are you about to do?
I'm fixing the glove up. I'm going to secure the cotton swabs, the sterile cotton swabs, and getting ready to do the buccal swab.
And who do you do the buccal swab of?
On Alex Murdaugh.
And the person you've been describing as Alex, the person you interviewed, do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir, I do.
Can you identify him for the jury,
He's
please?
sitting at the defense table with the, looks like navy blue blazer on.
Right, can the record reflect he's identified the defendant? Thank you. I'm going to show you real quick what's been marked as State's Exhibit 157 and see if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and can you tell the jury what that is?
That is the buccal swab which I collected from Mr. Alex Murdaugh.
Your Honor, this time I would offer State's 157 into evidence, I believe, without objection.
Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is the buccal swab you took that day that's on the video?
Yes, sir, it is.
After that, where did that buccal swab go?
It was turned over to crime scene and went to the lab for testing.
And is it general practice with any sort of evidence like this to secure it from any tampering while it's turned over to crime scene?
Yes, sir, it is.
And the writing on the back of this evidence slip, whose writing is that?
That would be David Owen, and he collected by Jeff Croft.
All right, thank you. First of all, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 218, States 219, States 220, and just generally see if you recognize those particular documents.
Yes, sir, I do.
And generally, what are those?
Property receipts for items that were seized during the searches at the residence.
That you previously described to this jury?
Yes, sir.
Firearms evidence and the like?
That's correct.
Your Honor, this time, say we move 218, 219, and 220 into evidence, I believe without objection.
Submit it there.
Who's here? Oh, the guy on the stand? Yeah, he's got that little tooth right in the front. I didn't even notice it until you said something. You know, I don't get it. Like, men won't dye their hair, but they try to cover up the bald spot. Make up your mind. Are you gonna grow?
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 156, and I'm going to get you to pull out your, in fact, though, if the clerk, y'all have a pair of scissors I can borrow real quick? All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 156. And I'm gonna ask you, if you could, to open the sealed pouch at the top so we can see what's inside, if you could, please.
Which one is Judge Carroll?
Small one.
Oh.
All right, I'm gonna ask you to hold on to that one.
Oh, I just found a video I want to watch.
I ask you to return these back into that
I'm gonna
pouch,
show
if
it
you
to
could,
you guys.
please.
Oh man, it didn't come back. Oh, there it is. Look at this. It's Judge Webster. This chick got arrested on Zoom court. And the cop is right behind her on Zoom. It's 30 minutes long. So I don't think I mean, well, I could play it, but we're doing court. So, but I'm going to watch that later. I want to see Judge Webster's reaction to that. She's going to be livid.
All right, I'm gonna put 156 on this particular exhibit, and can you tell the jury, if you recognize that, what that is, please?
Oh yeah, I put it on my save to watch later.
That is the buccal swab
It's gonna be good.
that was collected from Rogan Gibson.
Who collected that buccal swab?
I did.
Did Rogan consent to that buccal swab?
He did.
And did you secure it from any tampering and turn it over to the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time I would move states 156 into evidence, I believe, without objection.
No objection.
You're admitted, or it's admitted without objection.
Oh, unless you're getting mad, it's like your mom's lecturing you. I didn't watch that. I watched like bits and pieces. I've seen the judge, but I can't remember what he looks like. I'm gonna have to go look see what he looks like.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 155. Identification at this time, see if you recognize this particular item.
Yes, sir, I do.
And tell me generally what that is, please.
It's a property receipt for the buccal swab that we took, or I took from Mr. Alexander Murdaugh.
And that's the one from the video that has been played for the jury?
Yes, sir, it is.
This time, Your Honor, I move states 155 into evidence, I believe, without objection.
Okay.
Submitted.
Court's indulged with 1 moment. About that. Your Honor, that would conclude the state's direct examination of Senior Special Agent Crawl.
Wow, it's about
And
time.
I think we will call it a day
Long time.
and start at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please do not discuss the case. Are there any matters we need to address before the recess?
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in recess till 9:30.
He looks like a psycho. He reminds me, have you guys seen the movie Psycho? You know, Spike Dwayne. You know, at the end of the movie Psycho, when Norman Bates is looking at the camera, that's the face he makes. That is the exact face he makes.
In this case is that
And understanding. Thank you.
Okay.
Absolutely echo that, sir. Everybody's been great. Absolutely.
Okay, I echo that as well. Very good. Bring the jury.
Quit patting yourselves on the back. Did I tell you guys the story the first time I saw Psycho? I was a teenager. I'm not sure how old I was. And here Shawnee is The Shining. So I don't know how old I was, but I was a teenager, and there was a long hall. We had, how many bedrooms? 3 bedrooms. And there was a long hall where our bedrooms were, and the living room was at the end of the hallway. And I was watching Psycho, and my parents knew I was watching Psycho for the very first time. I was in my bedroom, and my dad went outside and knocked on my window while I was watching it. And I jumped out of bed, went running down the to my mom. It's like, there's somebody outside the window. Freaking out. I just, that's your dad. And he came in the house and he was laughing his ass off. I'm like, why did you do that? Scared the crap out of me. The Shining movie, the Stanley Kubrick one, that is a scary movie. It is much scarier than the book. And Stephen King hated it because it wasn't like the book. But if you just look at it as a movie by itself, it's a good movie. It is terrifying. It is way scarier than the book. It is a good movie. But poor, what's her face? Shelley Duvall? Is that her name? Stanley Kubrick terrorized that poor woman to get those reactions out of her. And she ended up being crazy. Didn't she die recently? But like, This woman had mental problems. And towards the end of her life, I'm pretty sure she died. Didn't she die? I'm gonna look it up. But anyways, after Robin Williams died, it hadn't been too long after he died, I think. She did an interview with somebody, and she's like, "Oh yeah, he's still around. I see him all the time." Like, it was crazy. Like, she literally believed that she saw him everywhere. You disagree with what? Yeah, she died in 2024. What do you disagree with, Jill? Yeah, he broke her. He absolutely broke her. Yeah, she died in 2024. Yeah, she went crazy. And I blame Stanley Kubrick. And then they did the mini series that was like the book, which was really good. It was really, really good. And it was like the book. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is good too, but it's not really scary. That nurse, that's where we get the term Nurse Ratched from. That was that nurse's name. Oh, you don't think the movie's scarier than the book? Well, it's been a long time since I read the book. I've read the book like 3 times, though. I love that book. But I thought the movie was scarier. Maybe I should read the book again. I haven't read it in a long time. I think that's the Stephen King book that I've read the most. I've read it twice, I think. Okay, well, anyways. How did I get on that squirrel? Where'd that squirrel? Where'd that squirrel come from? Hey, Ken. So, who was on the stand? Is that same guy still on the stand? Did they cross-examine him? This is the next day. Yeah, Poot's standing up. This must be his cross-examine. I think this is the part that you wanted to see, Ken, with the guns. Because I was like, Ken's not here. He's going to miss his favorite part.
Hey, good morning. Day number 7. State's case. We'll have our witness back.
Isn't there a series about Nurse Ratched that, what's her name? I love her to death. Can't remember her name. Ooh.
Yeah, remind you, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Cross-examination. Mr. Griffin.
Good morning, Agent Ross.
Oh,
Good morning, sir.
On the stand, okay.
On June 8th, I understood that was your first involvement in this case, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And you went to Moselle on the morning of the June 8th?
I was en route to Moselle, got rerouted to the office,
on it.
and then went and conducted an interview, and then back to Moselle.
Like,
That's right. You interviewed Logan Gibson and then went to Moselle.
That is correct.
And what time did you get to Moselle?
I was around lunchtime when I got there.
And as I understood from your testimony, that your role primarily was because in this case is that because you know a lot about guns and ammunition. Did I understand that correctly?
That was not my sole role.
For sure this
I
was
was
the-
at the search
part,
of the
but it's
residence
not.
because of my familiarity with firearms.
Yes, sir. And you went and searched the residence with other agents, and we saw those agents, some of them, on the body cam video that played yesterday.
Yes, sir. I was in the gun room.
And this search was a consent search, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And you weren't there executing a search warrant, right?
No, sir, I was not.
And were you aware, though, that there was a search warrant that had been obtained the night before?
I was aware of the consent The search at the incident location, it's common practice that they get a search warrant to process the scene.
Yes. Were there any limitations that you are aware of on the scope of the consent, the search?
No, sir.
And so, as far as you knew and understood then and understand today, you or other agents at SLED could have searched that house from top to bottom on the 8th. Is that correct?
Other agents went through the residence with family members.
And there were no limitations on what the other agents could have looked for, right?
Again, I can't say what limitations was placed on them as they walked through the house. I was in the gun room.
Well, to your knowledge, did anyone look for bloody clothes or dirty clothes in the house while you were there on the 8th?
I was in the gun room and I was collecting guns and ammunition, sir.
Now you mentioned that you had been provided some information about the type of ammunition that was used down at the crime scene where Maggie and Paul were murdered. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And one ammunition was a .300 blackout shell casing. Were you aware of that?
Yes, sir, I was.
And who relayed the information to you as the type of ammo that was used for the murder of Maggie and Paul?
It came from the investigative team. I don't recall exactly who called me or who told me the information, but I was relayed the information through our investigative team that was at the scene.
All right, so you were informed that, look out, see what you can find in the gun room related to .300 blackout. Is that correct?
It wasn't limited to specifically .300 blackout. That was a round of interest.
I like the original better.
And then the other round of interest was 12 gauge, correct?
That is correct.
And were you given any information as to what specific type of 12 gauge ammunition was used at the crime scene?
I knew we had a 12 gauge, what believed to be a turkey load or BB load, and then a buckshot.
Okay. And let me talk to you a little bit about the .300 blackout ammunition. You testified yesterday that the grains, the weight of the ammunition found at the house was 147 grains. Is that right?
That is correct. That's what's on the empty box, which I located. And
is this the empty box, State's Exhibit 213 that you're referring to?
That is correct.
And this, I recall, this pack of ammo on this exhibit has a label of Woody's Pawn and Jewelry and $11.99. You couldn't buy this ammunition in June of 2021 for $11.99, could you?
I don't know what the ammunition cost.
Well, it was a lot more than $11.99.
I don't know the price of the ammunition at that time.
All right. And are you familiar? There's basically two types of ammunition for the .300 blackout. There's the supersonic and subsonic.
I am, sir.
And the subsonic is the heavier of the two, correct?
That is correct.
And that would be a 220 grain.
Thereabouts, yes, sir.
Yes. And the most popular ammunition for hunting is the supersonic, the 147 grain ammunition. You aware of that?
Oh my God.
I can't say the most popular would be, but I am aware that 147 grain is used for hunting.
And you're aware that the 300 blackout has
Killer clowns from outer space. I don't know why I hate clowns. I just do.
It's not a rare gun in that area of Hampton and Colleton County, is it?
It's not as common as the General 223 or the AR-15, 308, different caliber rifles. It's not as common.
But there are plenty out there, correct?
I can't testify as to how many's out there, sir.
I understand, but it's not It's not the first time you'd seen a 300 blackout on June 8th, 2021.
That was the best
I had
one
seen
we've
one
ever
before,
had.
yes, sir.
Hated.
And then the 12 gauge, you didn't know what type, you weren't given any type 12 gauge you're looking for. You just, from the information from the crime scene, right?
The type of weapon I was looking for? No,
Yes,
sir. No, sir.
And then were you given information as to the size of the 12 gauge shell? 2.5 inch, 3 inch?
It was, I was given it 3-inch Magnum was what I was given.
And that was on the buckshot?
I was given 3-inch Magnum of shotgun capable of shooting a 3-inch Magnum.
Okay. Now, and we're gonna get to some of these shotguns here in a minute, but that,
Say that out loud. Don't talk politics.
the Browning Light doesn't even shoot a 3-inch shell, does it?
It does not. 2 3/4 what it shoots.
Right. And yet you seized it?
I secured it, yes, sir.
And you brought it here to the courtroom and introduced it in this case.
I did, sir.
Yeah. A gun that couldn't even fire the bullet that killed Paul, right?
Stay in his bed, John.
It did not fire the rounds that was located at the
Stay
scene.
in his bed.
In fact, none of the shotguns that you brought yesterday, according to the ballistic report, your lab analysis, fired the shots that killed Paul, correct?
I do not have the lab report in front of me.
Well, you certainly know that after June 8th, SLED was diving in ponds and waterways looking for the murder weapons. Isn't that correct?
We were diving, looking for potential evidence from the scene.
Have you ever found the murder weapons, to your knowledge?
Objection, Your Honor. That's outside the scope of his knowledge.
Objections overruled.
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
And are you familiar with what ballistics tests were done on Buster's 300 blackout? And whether that was excluded as a weapon used to kill his mother?
Again, I don't have the report in front of me, and I'm not able to testify to that, sir.
But it's just dog bed.
And you brought these empty turkey load, exhibit 214, I believe. Brought these into evidence, the box of turkey shells.
That is the boxes I collected, yes, sir.
And these were empty?
Yes, sir, they were.
And these were found in the trash can?
Yes, sir. They were found in a trash bag, yes, sir.
Okay. And you
I don't know where Shadow is today.
exhibit,
Oops, sorry. Did I
the other end has exhibit number. Exhibit 90 is the Browning Auto 5 Light 12 gauge, which we already talked about wouldn't even hold a 3-inch shell, but there was no shells, no ammo in the Browning weapon, which is exhibit 90 you brought to court, right?
There was no rounds in that weapon.
When you seized it on the 8th, no rounds in it, right?
That is correct, yes.
All right. The Mossberg model Ultra Mag, and which is exhibit 89, you have a 12 gauge shot shell written on the outside. So there was one shot shell in this, loaded in this gun, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And do you remember if it was buckshot or birdshot?
It was black. I don't remember what it was.
Will you be able to look at it and tell us?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to hand you exhibit 89 and ask if you can pull out the ammo in there and tell this jury if that's birdshot or buckshot first.
It is a Browning 12 gauge, 3.5-inch Magnum, 2 1/4, number 7 and 9.
And that's for hunting turkeys, right?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Put it back in there.
This is closer.
This in here. Here we go. Thank you. Yes, sir. So in the Mossberg, there's one bird shot. Now the other, the Benelli Super Black Eagle 3, had 2 unfired shot shells according to your notes on the box. And this is Exhibit 91, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall whether any of these was bird shot, buck shot? Do you remember?
I would have to look at them again, sir.
All right. That's Exhibit 91 for the record.
There's a black round in here that's a 3-inch number 4 pellet, and then there's a 7 2 1/4 ounce 3.5-inch with an 89 millimeter.
And those are both turkey loads, right?
It could be used for turkey, yes, sir.
Well, let's just be clear. Neither one of those are buckshot, correct?
No, sir.
Thank you.
No, they're not buckshot, or no, that's not correct. I hate when they do that. That is not, you need to clarify. Why is the lawyer that one key?
And again, these were ruled out as having any involvement in the murder of Paul, right? Exhibit 91.
I can't testify to any lab reports. I don't have the lab reports, and it's out of the scope of what I did.
Was it correct to say, Agent Croft, that you did not find any guns loaded in the gun room or anywhere at Moselle that had a bird shot and a buckshot loaded at the same time?
The only weapons I've recovered are the weapons that are there with the rounds that we have just looked at, yes, sir.
And if you or another agent in your presence made a representation that we found in the gun room a gun with similar loads as that we found at the crime scene, that would be an incorrect statement, would it?
I don't think it would be incorrect to say that there was guns were loaded in a similar fashion using 2 different types of ammunition, 2 different loads.
Well, there's no buckshot in any of the 2 guns that you found loaded, correct?
Not when we collected them, no, sir.
And the turkey loads or the bird loads that we just looked at, those the pellets and those are lead, are they not?
I would have to look at the actual box that came in or the pellets that are in it. Some of them are steel. I'm not sure.
So do you know the difference between steel and lead?
Do I know the difference?
Yeah. And what's the difference? Why would you have steel versus lead?
Steel shot is used a lot in waterfowl hunting, that type of stuff. Lead shot is used for normal everyday rabbit, squirrel, dove.
Well, we do have some boxes here, 214. Can you tell us whether this is lead or steel?
What difference does it make? What were they shot with? Do we know?
The Winchester 12 gauge shot lock lead is a turkey load, number 4.
Oh, quit rattling the bags by the mic.
The Browning box, I do not see it indicated on the box what the ball is or the pellets are.
Well, let me ask you, is there a turkey on the face of that box?
There is a turkey on the face of the box, yes, sir.
And turkey a waterfowl bird or land bird?
Turkey is a land bird, sir.
What are we talking about? Fowl.
And the other box is the same on Federal. It's got a turkey on the front.
All right. So those 3 boxes look like they're turkey loads, right?
That's what it appears.
Okay. Did you find any waterfowl shell boxes at Moselle on June 8th?
I did not collect any waterfowl shell boxes from Moselle.
Did you collect any waterfowl unfired shotgun, 12 gauge shotgun shells at Moselle on June the 8th?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Have you ever collected unfired shotgun shells for waterfowl at Moselle in part of this investigation?
I do not recall collecting any waterfowl shot.
Are you aware, sir, that the shot that blew Paul Murdaugh's head off was Winchester dry lock, steel waterfowl, 12 gauge ammunition?
Oh, that's why he's asking. Thanks for bringing it home, Jim.
I was aware that the pellets were steel.
Well, you can look at the outside of the spent shell casing and see that it's Winchester dry lock, correct?
If I had the shell casing, yes, sir, I can see it.
And you know that to be a waterfowl, a duck load, correct?
I know that it's primarily used for duck load, yes, sir.
And you know that's what killed Paul Murdaugh.
I do know that it was steel shot.
And you didn't find any similar ammunition at Moselle on June the 8th or any time after that, correct?
I did not, sir.
Now, you were showing pictures of the gun room and and I think you testified there were some 25 guns and gun racks.
It's roughly 20 to 25 guns.
And this is 1,700 acres of hunting land?
He told me
Yes,
what
sir.
Paul was shot with.
And, I mean, did it shock you to see that many guns? And they were all hunting guns, were they not?
It did not shock me to see that many hunting guns.
And a lot of people in Hampton, Colleton, this part of the Low Country, when they hunt with those types of guns. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What's your point?
And nothing, you didn't find anything unusual about the number of guns they had in their house, right?
I did not, sir.
Thank you.
No, I wouldn't either.
Now, you mentioned that you know something about the injection pattern of the 300 blackout. You remember testifying about that?
I remember testifying that it ejects to the right and slightly backwards.
And I'm gonna let you take it out. I'm a city boy.
May I stand?
Yeah, yes, sir, please. Do you mind, y'all? Good stuff. Thank you.
This is why I thought it was the part that you wanted to see, kid, but it's not, because it was that
If you
held
could,
the gun
while you're
at his
standing,
head.
if you could just
Carla?
step down and point the gun at that door, and hopefully no one comes through, and show the jury the direction that the shells would go.
Can I point it up further?
Point it up would be
than the door?
great. That's probably safer. Told you I was a city boy.
The rounds would be ejected from this side across would be my right shoulder.
Okay. And so it's a semi-automatic, I mean, you have to pull the trigger each time, is that right?
That is correct, sir.
And every time you pull the trigger, it shoots a shell, ejects off toward your right shoulder, toward the rear, right?
As long as there's ammunition in the magazine.
And how far does it go before it lands, roughly?
I can't answer that, sir.
Foot, 2 feet, 3 feet?
I can't testify to how far an
Can't answer
ejection,
it. Why do you
ejected
do
shell's
that?
gonna expend from the weapon.
That's fine. Can you put it back, please?
Yes, sir.
But just what way you have it up, when you point to the jury, I think they saw it before, but let's just be clear. The thermal scope,
Turn it up
can you
here.
point that out?
This would be this item here.
And you've got to charge that, right? That's sort of you've got to plug it in, battery operated of some sort.
It would have some sort of power. I don't know if it's a rechargeable battery that has to be replaced.
Okay. And the thermal scope is for hunting at night, is that right?
It can be used for hunting at night, yes, sir.
A regular scope
To
is
pick
kind
up infrared, it's heat sensitive.
I think Pooh did that on
of
purpose.
hard to hunt at night with
He's
a
a,
regular scope
I can't say what he is.
because it doesn't pick up.
Scope and a
infrared
light
heat.
would work, but this is also used.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
There she is, John. She's on the Spike cam. Go in Spike's bed. Get up here. What? Oh, you're just gonna sit.
Agent Croft, I'm going to show you what went into evidence yesterday is Defendant's Exhibit 29.
Your name is not Spike, Shadow.
And can you see it from up there?
Yes, sir, I can.
And these, like marker 7, 5, 6, I'll just, it's identified in the legend over here, but these are 300 blackout shell casings. Do you understand that to be the case?
I don't see marker 5 on the printout on the left-hand side there.
You're right, it's not on. Well, let's just follow along. If these are in fact shell casings, from what you just described to the jury, the ejection path of the 300 blackout, where would the person shooting the gun be standing in relation to these markers?
Not Spike.
6, 5, 6, and 7.
Objection.
Objection's overruled.
Bell is in the rainbow room.
If 7, 5, and 6 are shell casings,
Where's Spike go,
it
Shadow?
would be likely that the shooter would be to the upper side of those rounds.
Somewhere near this line in that area?
I can't testify to that line or any kind of angle of that line, no, sir.
Understand, but it would be on the side of the line. It'd be up in here somewhere, right?
It would be on the left-hand side of where those numbers are. It would be likely that the shooter would be on the left-hand side of where those numbers are if you're looking at it from where I'm sitting.
The shooter would be on the left-hand side of these numbers and a little forward of these numbers. Is that right?
I can't say because I'm not sure if the ejection hit something on the way out or if there was an obstruction on the ejection. I don't know. I can't testify to how far they would go. I just know that a normal 300 ejects to the right and slightly backwards.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Oh, you were at Moselle on the 8th. I think we've established that. And did you go back on the 13th?
I did, sir.
And you went to the house on the 13th as well?
I did, sir.
Started coloring, and now
And we saw body cam from where you're picking up shell casings around the side door, 300 blackout shell casings around the side door. And I think, was that the 8th when you got the shell casing next to the?
That was around 2 o'clock on the 8th, a little after 2.
Now, the jury will have the video if they want to see it, but as you're standing out there, you can see the rooftops of the shed building and some other structures down at the kennels where the murders took place. You remember, you could see the rooftops?
I would think you could see the rooftops.
But that's all you could see, correct? You couldn't see sled agents working around down there by the dog kennels.
No, sir, there's planted pines between the residents and the kennels.
So the fact of the matter is, you can't see people at the dog kennels from the house based on your personal observations. Is that correct?
From where I was standing, no, sir.
Now, you also testified about the location of Maggie's phone, how it was found?
Yes, sir.
Did you go out there when it was located?
Yes, sir, I did.
Right on.
You recall how it was located?
Yes, sir, I do.
How was it located?
We sent information to the phone company for a ping. The ping was actually 20-something hundred meters, which is a long ways. We then learned that she had Find My iPhone on her phone. One of the family members assisted with locating that phone, getting a better location on the phone, and we were ultimately able to find it.
So you found the phone, Maggie's phone, by family member using Find My iPhone.
And I think it was John Marvin is the one that assisted us with that.
And do you think John Marvin was using Buster's phone to do that?
I don't have a clue what he was using.
And then when the phone was collected, you were provided the password. Remember, you testified the password was provided.
We were provided the PIN to open the phone.
Yes, sir. Are you aware that Alex Murdaugh provided the PIN to SLED so they could open Maggie's phone?
Again, I don't know where the passcode or PIN came from, but we were provided a PIN.
Do you know what a Faraday bag is?
Yes, sir, I do.
Did anyone have a Faraday bag?
I did not have a Faraday bag that day.
What's the purpose of a Faraday bag?
To prevent any tampering from outside sources once a cell phone is collected.
And you can put the cell phone inside a Faraday bag so it can't hit Wi-Fi, cell phone towers.
Again, it prevents any tampering from outside to prevent anybody from being able to communicate with the phone.
It
helps.
helps.
Outside sources.
It's a tool to secure the evidence to prevent tampering.
It is
inadvertent or intentional tampering, right?
Yes, sir. It is one tool that can be used.
And with Maggie's phone put in a Faraday bag when it was seized on the side of Moselle Road?
No, it was not.
Did anyone ask or bring up the fact that, hey, maybe we should get a Faraday bag before we move this phone?
I did not ask.
Anybody ask in your presence?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, on June 8th, you were briefed and you were advised that Alec found his wife and son murdered. He was the one that discovered them, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on June 8th, you knew that he was Maggie's husband, Paul's father, immediate family, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as part of your long-time experience investigating crimes, murders in particular, someone who finds the bodies and is related to the victims is always going to be looked at. Is that fair?
That would be a fair statement, sir.
And y'all were looking at Alex on the 8th. Sled was, correct?
Yes, sir.
And would you have a label? Was he person of interest or suspect on the 8th?
We were looking at Alec being the one that found the deceased, being the husband, the father, in an attempt to get Mr. Alec out of that immediate circle.
And you've described this investigative circle. So you draw a circle around potential persons of interest, and Alex was in that circle, correct?
We don't draw a circle around any individual person. We work with the crime scene, which is what we consider the circle, and we work from our way inside out in order to find any potential suspects, identify suspects, clear individuals. So we start with the small circle.
So when you started with the small circle, although you don't draw it, I mean, it's a sort of an investigative mental tool. Who was the person in the small circle?
We had Miss Maggie was in the crime scene, Paul was in the crime scene, and Alec was in the crime scene.
And you remember that on the morning of the 8th, there are media reports that Alec was a person of interest in the murder of his wife and son. Do you remember that being public knowledge?
I try to avoid the media in any investigation because I don't want to be influenced by anything that's said.
And what do you recall SLED putting out a press release on the morning of the 8th that the public need not be alarmed?
I do not recall any press release being put out by SLED.
Never. Well, the point being, on the 8th, there was a circle, and it was only around Alec. He was the only living and breathing person in the circle. Is that correct?
That is the only person that we could place in the circle at that time.
And on the 8th, SLED knew that, from what interviews with Alec, that he said he left Moselle shortly after 9 p.m., went to visit his mother in Alameda, stayed for a while, and came back. SLED, and you were aware of that fact?
I am aware of that, yes, sir.
Did anybody at SLED ever, on the morning of the 8th, hightail it over to Alameda and search the house for any evidence whatsoever?
I did not go to Alameda and search the house on the 8th.
Are you aware of anyone ever going to Alameda to search the house until sometime in September of 2021?
There was a number of agents out working. I'm not sure what the other agents did.
Wouldn't it have been a good idea to go to Alameda on the morning of the 8th, where the guy in the circle says he was, right?
I did not go, and I can't testify to what other agents did.
Well, you've been working this investigation. Are you the lead case agent?
No, sir, I'm not.
Who's the lead case agent?
David Owen.
Right. Now, every interview that Alex Murdaugh gave, you participated in, right?
I did, sir.
So were you working, sort of Agent Owen's right-hand man in this investigation?
I was assigned by the captain to assist Agent
Mike
Owen.
is very jealous.
So it's fair that you knew daily developments as the investigation progressed, right?
We had briefings with each other on the case. Yes, sir.
And you knew that at no point in time in June, July, August, anyone went over to Alameda, searched the house, searched the property for any dirty clothes or any murder weapons.
I know that I did not go, and I'm not sure what other agents in the investigative circle had done.
Well, if you went over there, if you had gone over there on the morning of the 8th, scoured the place and not find anything, that would sort of help nudge Alec outside this investigative circle, would it not?
I can't testify to what ifs, sir. I did not go. Okay.
Creighton object. Supposition.
On the 8th, you were asked to point out who's that person?
Speculation.
Who's that person? Who's that person? That's Ronnie Crosby. He's a lawyer. That's Mark Ball. He's a lawyer. That's Lee Cope. He's a lawyer. You remember that testimony? I do, sir. Now, Alec wasn't lawyering up on the 8th. Those were his friends who came over to help him. Correct? They were given counsel to Alec as far as what we were doing. They were making phone calls to his counsel. That was the instruction which we gave. We were given. And they were assisting you, as you saw on the body cam, go through the evidence that you ended up seizing in the gun room, right? They pointed out some items that they had concerns about. Did you find that their efforts were obstructing your investigation? They didn't obstruct our search within that gun room, no, sir.
I swear we're on the.
Now, you went back, I think, on June 13th, is that correct? Yes, sir, we did. And remind me, what was the purpose of the search on June 13th? Search on June 13th was a follow-up search of the residence. I would have to see the search warrant, actual search warrant, to see what items was being sought at that time. Are you testifying that you had to get a search warrant on the 13th? Search warrant or consent? I'm not sure. I don't know what everything that was being looked for at that time. Well, in fact, Alex Murdaugh gave consent anytime he was asked by SLED if they could go on the property, right? My understanding is consent was obtained each time. And so there was no search warrant on the 13th, was there, Agent Crone? I would have to see our legal grounds for being there, whether it was consent or a search warrant. I do not know. Right. And you don't need a search warrant if there's consent. No, sir, you do not. And in this interview, this search, you've seized Exhibit 151, which is, and I'll hand it to you. That's 300 blackout clip. Is that right? It's a magazine with 300 blackout ammunition. Yes, sir. And that was found where? Collected from a black Ford F-150 on the property. Is that correct? That's correct. Yes, sir. And I think you testified it was found on the floorboard of the truck. Is that right? I didn't testify to where it was found. No, sir. Okay, do you know where it was found? No, sir. Just a black Ford F-150. Did you find it? No, sir, I did not. Oh, it was just provided to you? Yes, sir. Okay. Now, the jury heard this videotape interview of Alec on June 10th, where he told you that Paul left everything everywhere. Do you remember hearing that statement? I do remember that, yes, sir. And does this evidence support what Alec told you, that Paul left everything everywhere if you found a clip, 300 blackout? I can't testify to who had the magazine in the F-150. Do you know who last drove that F-150? I do not, sir. Was any analysis done of that clip? The way it's packaged there, it does not appear that there's been any analysis done. Were any fingerprints taken of that clip? Again, sir, the way it's packaged, it does not appear that there was any analysis done. And I think there was another clip that was seized from the shelf in the gun room. I don't have that pulled up, but I think it's 150 perhaps. Did you remember seizing another clip from the gun room? Yes, sir. There was another magazine with 300 blackout. And any fingerprints taken from the clip seized from the shelf of the gun room? I don't think so, sir. Was there any analysis done of the clip taken
from the shelf in the gun room?
The way I recall it being packaged yesterday, it would appear that there was no analysis performed.
Yeah, you brought it to court. You want this jury to have it. Why's that?
Basis for the objection.
I believe that's outside the scope of this witness's purpose here as to why it's being offered in court.
Response to the objection.
You're not asking his knowledge, not anything beyond his knowledge. He could say, I don't know, or if he has a reason.
Overruled objection.
Can you repeat the question, please, sir?
Do you know why you were asked to bring those clips here to court and put them in evidence before this jury?
I do not, sir.
Now, you also did a search of the shooting range. I couldn't go through my notes, and I don't have a date. Was that on the 13th or a different day?
I'm not sure if it's the 13th or the 16th.
16th? I think you may be right. Either way, again, that was a consent search, right? You didn't have a search warrant for that.
We did get consent for that, yes, sir.
And the jury saw the video. We're not going to belabor that again, but there was a shooting house, if you will, with a chair and a thing you would rest a gun on. And we saw you picking up a lot of shell casings, right?
Yes, sir.
And the shell casings you were picking up were the 300 blackout spent shell casing cartridges, right?
That is correct, sir.
But there was a lot of brass in there that were not 300 blackout cartridges, right?
There was additional brass that was not 300, yes, sir.
Now, we didn't get a good look. If you're sitting in that chair in that shooting house downrange, do you remember what was on the other end of 100 yards or so away? Do you remember what was on the other end?
I do not recall what's back on that end, no, sir. Target of some sort.
Are you aware there's a big dirt mound there?
A berm, too.
Yeah. That's safe, right? You don't want to be shooting a rifle just going down without something to stop it. So there's a berm there to stop it.
It was
right?
going into a wooded area, yes, sir.
But there was a
dirt mound. There was a dirt mound.
There was a target and then a dirt mound behind it.
That's correct.
Now, we saw you picking up brass. Who went down to the other end and started digging in that earthen dirt mound to find projectiles?
I did not go down to the other end, no, sir.
In fact, nobody at SLED went to that other end to dig out 300 blackout fired projectiles, did they?
I did not, and I don't know what the other agents did, no, sir.
Well, you're assisting Agent Owen. You're going to briefings. You didn't hear at any point in time while we should have, or we did dig out projectiles from the dirt mound.
I never heard of anyone digging out the dirt mounds, digging out brass from the dirt mound.
If you had dug out projectiles from the dirt mound, that could have been sent to the ballistics lab at SLED and done a comparison to projectiles found at the crime scene, correct?
There would be a lot of elements that would go into whether it could actually be looked at or not.
Or you could certainly compare it to what was, you could take a 300 blackout, shoot it out of Buster's gun right there leaning next to you and compare it to the projectiles. You're aware that could be done at SLED, right?
Yes, sir, I am.
But it wasn't, was it?
I'm not sure what testing was done on this particular rifle to compare it to anything at the scene.
Okay. Now let's go to the June 10th interview. You and Agent Owens interviewed Alec in Agent Owens' SUV, SLED issued vehicle on June 10th, right?
Yes, sir, we did.
And that was at Brother John Marvin's hunting lodge in Barnville or somewhere close by, correct?
Yes, sir.
Not yet. Not yet. The a lot of people were interviewed that day, right?
There was a number of interviews going on at the same time. Yes, sir.
And well, again, that was consent, correct? The interviews were consensual.
Yes, sir.
And you interviewed the folks being interviewed that day. Not only included Alec, but they included John Marvin, his brother, his son Buster, and his other brother Randy. Is that correct?
To my recollection, yes, sir.
And when you pulled up on June the 10th, it's about, was it early afternoon it seemed like?
The timestamp should be on the video. I don't recall what time it was.
But it was a little bit like the cavalry coming, wasn't it? Because there were a lot of cars that pulled up at one time, right?
They were aware we were coming.
They were, how many agents went?
We took agents to interview each person that was there.
You took 2 agents for each interview, right?
I think there was 2 agents for each interview, yes, sir.
And each agent came in their own car, right?
I think I may have rode with Special Agent Owen. I'm not sure if the others drove their own cars or not.
Well, and so there's at least 4, could have been more than that, cars, right?
That was probably full cars, yes, sir.
And you put each person, Randy, John Marvin, Buster, and Alec, in a separate car all at one time.
Pretty close to the same time, yes, sir. Each one got in a car with agents.
And that's a law enforcement investigative technique so that you don't want witnesses to be comparing notes, and you want to interview them in separate places, same time, and to get what's fresh on their mind without learning of what another witness has said, right?
We wanted to interview them individually, yes, sir.
And you said they knew that they were coming, but did you alert anyone that we're all going to be coming in, at least 4 cars, and we're going to interview you separately at the same time?
There was some other things that was going to take place while we were conducting the interviews. So it was arranged that they would all be at that location, and we were going to meet them there and conduct the interviews.
And you also had a guy there to do the phone extraction.
Yes, sir. Those are the other things I'm talking about.
Now that wasn't told to Alec or John Marvin or Buster or Randy before SLED rolled in on the 8th at John Marvin's hunting lodge, right?
It's my understanding that they knew we were coming and that we were going to request the phone analysis be done.
You think someone, when SLED would have told Alec ahead of time, told John Marvin ahead of time that we're going, when we get there, be sure not to erase anything off your phone because we're going to download it?
I didn't set the meeting up. I went with Agent Owen to conduct the interview.
So, but one of the first things you did in the interview was you and Agent Owen was ask Alec if he would give over his phone so that it could be extracted, correct?
That was one of the first things we asked for.
And that extraction was done, by another agent who came in a separate vehicle, I assume. Is that right?
He's not an agent with the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, no, sir.
Okay. He was investigator with 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office?
That's my understanding of his job title, yes, sir.
And that would be Investigator Hightower, is that who did that?
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
And during the interview, you also, at the end of the interview, you got a buccal swab from Alec, right?
I did, sir.
You got a buccal swab from, not you, but everybody who was interviewed gave buccal swabs, meaning John Marvin, Randy, Buster, and Alec, correct?
I know that Alec, we secured a buckle from Alec. I'm pretty sure that there was one collected from Buster. I'm not sure about John Marvin and Randy.
Now, yesterday,
we listened to the entire video interview with Alec, and it ran for almost an hour, could be longer, but you sat on the stand and heard that, right? Yes, sir, I did. And at various points in time, you were asked, what did he just tell you? Did he just tell you this? Do you remember that? I do, sir. And then you get to one point in the interview where you're asked, what did you just say after you said it must be tormenting? And you testified that Alex said on the video captured by audio that it was so bad, I did him so bad. That's what you testified to yesterday. Yes, sir, that is what I testified to. Now, are you 100% confident that Alex said, I did him so bad, rather than they did him so bad? I'm 100% confident in what I heard and I interpreted him as saying. But you would agree that this jury can hear the same thing you heard on June the 10th by playing what was captured on the body cam or the recording equipment in Agent Owen's car, right? Yes, sir. Now, when you heard what you said, you're confident what you heard, that he said, I did him so bad. What'd you do in response to that? I made a mental note of it. Again, we were still in the early stages of investigation. It was more of an information gathering from Mr. Alec. And we did not have information at that point, to my opinion, to challenge Mr. Alec on any of his statements. Your Honor,
That's respectful in the South to say Mr. and then first name. It's weird.
So,
I know, but
Alex Murdaugh,
what we do,
was the one and only in this circle on June the 10th. You're in the car with him, and according to your testimony, he says, I did him so bad. That is what I understood.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
I heard it.
You just said you took a mental note of it. Yes, sir, I did. I mean, if the guy in the middle of the circle, the only one in the circle, says, I did him so bad, isn't that a significant statement if he actually said that? It's definitely something we can follow up with.
He took a mental note because it was.
You never followed up with it, did you? There was a third interview conducted with Mr. Alex. There was a third interview. There was a third interview conducted on August 11th, 2021, right? I don't recall the exact date. We hear about it, but you were there, right? Yes, sir, I was. And tell the jury, if you ask Alex Murdaugh on August 11th, 2021, what did you mean back on June 10th when you said, I did him so bad? We didn't make it to that point, sir. In fact, back on June 10th, after you had this, what you heard him say, I did him so bad, you went on to talk about
Thank you for supporting my channel. I still
funeral
can't believe
arrangements,
I've had members
whether they're going to be
support
public
me.
or private. Isn't that right?
Wow.
There was questions concerning funeral arrangements, yes, sir. And Agent Owen says, well, Alex said he's trying to make arrangements so it wouldn't be, a lot of media there or any media there. And, the guy who just said, I did him so bad, the response to that was, they don't deserve to be there. You recall that? Repeat that again, sir. Do you recall Agent Owen saying in your presence to Alec, the media did not deserve to be at Maggie and Paul's funeral? I do recall Agent Owen saying something about the media not being there. Yes, sir. And that was after, according to you, he said, I did him so bad. Yes, sir. And did you consider that to be some sort of confession on June the 10th? Again, it was something that we were definitely going to follow up on. Yes, sir. getting ready for your testimony yesterday.
Why are you accentuating that? I would think that was something they wouldn't want to accentuate.
Did you review a transcript?
Like maybe the jury didn't hear that part.
By SLED?
Now you're highlighting it.
Of that interview of June 10th with Alex? No, sir. I have never seen a transcript that was prepared for that. Are you aware the transcript was prepared at SLED? No, sir, I'm not. Are you hearing that the first time? Yes, sir, I am.
Right?
Well, let me ask you back on June 10th. Why didn't you ask him right then and there when he said, I did him so bad?
And he keeps going with it.
Him, what do you mean by that, Alex? Again, it was early in the investigation. It was more of an information gathering interview, if you would call it an interview, with Mr. Alec.
It probably
and we
sounded
did
like
not,
that was
at
my
that
call.
particular time in the investigation, we did not have evidence to challenge anything that Mr. Alec would have told us. It was decided that we would not cross that at that time.
I used to have a call that would come in and say, I'm reporting this channel.
My question is, why didn't you ask for clarification? Like, what are you talking about? You did him so bad. Asking for clarification of I did him so bad would ultimately be a challenge of what he said. So what were the things going through your mind when you heard or misheard, I did him so bad? You're like, I wasn't a good dad?
He didn't mishear. We all heard it.
Him, or I killed him. I mean, what was going through your mental note? There was a mental note that it was definitely something that we needed to follow up on and ask at a later time. Now, from the video, it appears you're back there taking some notes.
What do you mean you did him so bad?
Yes, sir. Did you take notes? I was writing specific stuff down. You mentioned you made a mental note. This what you heard or misheard. I did him so bad.
This is if I was them,
I don't recall if I wrote it or not. So.
I would stop right now.
So it's possible that you're sitting there with a guy who's now been charged with murder on June 10th in the interview, the father, the only one in the circle, and he says, I did him so bad, and you can't tell a jury you even wrote it down on a piece of paper. I don't recall if I actually made a physical note of it or not, sir. I'm going to play that clip from State's Exhibit 243, which is in evidence.
Oh, he's going to play it again.
Listen again with the jury. Hang on, Yanni.
So the jury can hear him say, I did him so bad again. Do I have, I don't have, let's see what CC says it says.
All right, let's play it. Please, Doug. Exhibit 243 in evidence.
It's tough. It's just so bad. I did it so bad.
All right. Back it up and play it in real time again, Doug. Real time.
Or not easy. I know it's hard. And sitting here talking today is tough.
It's just so bad. I did it so bad.
They did it so bad is what CC said, but you can't trust CC anyway.
Did you hear now, they or I? I will still testify that my hearing, I hear I. Your Honor, we'd like to play it again at
CC
1/3
heard they,
speed.
but I hear I.
It's just the same.
And you can't trust CC anyway.
Third speed.
But
Foundation laid for who's manipulating it, how it's being manipulated.
I wouldn't be, if I was his lawyer, I would not be
additional.
accentuating this like he is.
At
He's
1/3
calling
speed.
more attention to it.
And sitting here talking today is tough.
so bad. We did it so bad.
Oh, that sounded like they slowed down.
Did you hear they then?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay.
I did. It sounded like they when it was slowed down.
You would agree the jury gets to decide what he said on that tape. That's the best evidence.
I agree that they get to hear the tape and make their own mind up as to what he said.
Yeah,
Yes,
I heard they that time with it
Thank you.
slowed
That's all I
down.
have. Now,
But at normal speed, it sounds like
I said the date August 11th. You said you weren't sure, but there was another interview with Alex Murdaugh came to the SLED Low Country office, and you and Agent Owen sat down and interviewed him, correct?
that is correct.
Now, on all these interviews that were conducted and that have been played somewhat, or body cam conversations, except for Ella, when you're doing them, do you tell the person that you're interviewing, hey, I'm going to turn the audio recorder on, you're now being recorded? Is that standard operating procedure?
We normally don't advise that we're recording, no, sir.
Okay. And you certainly didn't advise Alec that you're recording him on any of the interviews that you conducted.
He's
with
a lawyer.
Owen,
He knew
correct?
he was.
I never advised
recording.
anyone that I was being that they were being recorded.
And,
Yeah. me
and this
too.
meeting that you had, were you aware that Alec was asking for the meeting so that he could get an update on whether you made any progress in the investigation of the murder of his wife and son?
I was aware that Alec had
But that doesn't
requested a
prove
meeting
anything,
to,
though. That doesn't prove he
raise
can
some
do it.
questions as to what was going on.
I mean, he wanted information as to what was going on, right?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
But y'all had other plans for that meeting, correct?
No, sir, I'm not going to say we had other plans for that meeting. It was an interview.
Yeah, I mean, he came there he didn't go to that meeting thinking, I'm going to be interviewed. To your knowledge, did he?
To my knowledge, I don't know what his thinking was. He knew he was coming there to meet with myself and Agent Owen.
Okay. And during that interview, pretty much you made it known to him that, well, I mean, you asked him point blank, did you kill your wife and son?
He was asked that.
And come on, he's a lawyer. He knew he was going to be asked that at some point.
And you made it pretty clear that, well, let me ask you, at that point in time, was he full bore suspect in your murder investigation?
He was still a person of interest. There was some questions that we had regarding information that we had obtained that only he could answer.
And did he answer the questions that you asked?
Yes, sir.
And then at the end of that interview, he asked you to meet with Maggie's mom and dad, Mr. and Ms. Brandstetter, and her family, correct?
I think that was the end of the second interview, not the third interview.
All right. Well, shortly after that, shortly after that third interview with Alec, which we'll get the date in the record eventually. A few days later, you and Agent Owen went and met with Maggie's mom and dad, and sister and brother-in-law, and nieces, correct?
That is correct.
And part of that interview, well, that interview was recorded, right?
The interview with
the
Brandstetters? Yes, sir. It was audio recording.
Did you tell them you were recording?
We did not.
And
I don't think. I did not tell them.
And part of the interview was conducted as part of your investigation to get information to assist you in next steps, correct?
The interview was a combination interview. It was to share information and also to gather information concerning family dynamics. Yes, sir.
In that interview, you and or Agent Owen told the Brandstetters and the Proctors that Alec is in this circle of investigation, correct?
It was no secret that Alec was in that circle at that point. No, sir.
And that you also told him he's the only one that you've identified in the circle, correct?
I don't recall saying he's the only one in that circle.
Well, did you identify for the Bransteaders or the Proctors any other people in the circle?
They particularly asked about Alex, so I don't recall giving them any other names that was being looked at.
In early August of 2021, was there anybody else in the circle?
Her parents asked if they were looking at Alex?
Again, sir, at that particular date, I'm not sure who all was still within that circle.
And during this interview, Maggie's mother, Ms. Kennedy Branstetter, her father, Mr. Terry Branstetter, her sister, Marion Proctor, and brother-in-law, Bart, and their children described for y'all their observations of Alex's relationship with Maggie and Paul, correct?
From their observation of their relationship, yes, sir.
And that was, you were asking that as part of your investigative tool and getting
Yes, sir,
information.
that's correct.
And they reported to you that Alec had a loving relationship with Maggie and Paul, correct?
Rule 801 and 802.
Pardon?
Objection, Rule 801 and 802.
Response?
It's not being offered for the matter asserted, Your Honors, what he did in response to that.
Objection sustained.
Were you given that information in that interview? Did they identify other people who had warned Maggie that word on the street in Hampton that there was some risk to her family's safety resulting from the boating accident?
I don't recall any specific information concerning warning of threats of any nature. No, sir, I don't recall that.
You don't recall being provided the name Barbara Mixon?
I do recall being provided names of those that may have information, but as far as specific information, I do not recall any specific information that was shared by the Bransteaders.
You know whether Ms. Mixon was ever interviewed following your meeting with the Bransteaders?
I know I never interviewed Ms. Mixon.
Were you given information about Ms. Keena Traherne of a similar nature?
Again, I never interviewed Ms. Traherne, if her name was given, no, sir.
1 minute, Your Honor, may I check to see what I left?
Excuse me.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Senior Special Agent Croft, a couple things. When you went back, or you went and searched that house, your focus was searching for guns. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And to your knowledge, when other agents walked through the house with the family members, and this is on June 8th, fundamentally they were looking for firearms. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
You were asked about these weapons that you seized that are put into evidence, and you were looking for any potential weapon that could fire rounds consistent with those that were used at the scene. Is that right?
That is correct.
I'm on redirect, Your Honor. That's for a little bit.
Don't lead the witness.
You can't lead on redirect.
What is the point of gathering as much evidence as you can when you have that opportunity? What are you trying to do there?
We were trying to gather as much evidence that could be tested as potential weapons for the scene to be able to include or to exclude Mr. Alex or these weapons from being the person responsible for the murders.
You were asked a little bit about this right here, and this was June of 2021, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Had COVID had any effect generally on the availability of ammunition?
I'm sorry?
Had COVID had any effect generally on the availability of ammunition?
Yes, sir.
And tell the jury what, if any, effect that was.
Ammunition was difficult to get during that time because of the shutdowns during COVID.
Did you find a lot of ammunition inside the defendant's residence?
There was quite a bit of ammunition.
Did you
inside.
find a lot of different types of ammunition inside the defendant's residence?
Yes, sir, we did.
Did you find a lot of S&B 300 blackout in the defendant's residence?
That was mostly what we found.
You were asked about the commonality of various rounds blackout through others, and you mentioned 308, 223, and 556. Can you tell the jury a little bit about those rounds and why they tend to be a bit more common as you testified to, please?
I'm sorry. Can you mind repeating?
Yeah, sure. You testified.
Objects beyond the scope. I didn't ask anything about 223s and whatever he said.
He asked about the commonality of blackout, and he answered about those.
The witness asked you to repeat the question. I would like to hear it as well.
Yes, sir. You were asked earlier about the commonality of blackout, and you mentioned it was not as common as 308, 223, and 556. I was asking you to explain a little bit about those calibers and why they were more common.
223 is a very common round. It's utilized in law enforcement. 556 is utilized within law enforcement and also within the military. It's prior to COVID, it was easily found, fairly cheap ammunition to go out and shoot as far as rifle ammunition goes. 308 is a hunting rifle, which can be used for larger game such as whitetail and stuff like that. 308 is also a common round that's used within the law enforcement and the military side. It's a very common round. 300, on the other hand, it's just at that particular time, 300 rounds or weapons were just not that common.
How many criminal investigations have you worked where 300 blackout was the murder round?
I have none.
None. You were asked earlier about the boxes and what has been admitted into evidence as states 214. And are there multiple exhibits in that particular bag that was not opened?
Yes, sir, it is.
Right. And aside from the boxes, what, if any, other exhibit is in that particular bag?
It is what appears to be a credit card receipt with one particular item circled.
And that item circled was what?
Gucci.
Of course, the dogs won't know here. You're asked a few questions about what the lab report found. And where your experience is in general firearms knowledge, is that correct?
That is correct, yes,
Are
sir.
you a firearm marks and tool mark examiner?
No, sir, I'm not.
Is it your role to do that specific analysis?
It is not, sir.
Is that analysis for others to do?
That is correct, sir.
Others who will testify later?
That is correct, sir.
You were asked a number of questions about the various loads in some of these shotguns. Did you find weapons that had mixed loads, that had different types of ammunition in them?
Yes, sir, I did.
You're asked a couple of questions about the board that Mr. Harpootlian put into evidence yesterday. You recall those?
Yes, sir, I do.
Are you aware that both victims had stippling on them from their gunshot injuries?
Yes, sir, I am.
And what is stippling?
Stippling is a powder burn pattern which is left on an
They were
individual
shot at close range.
due to a close range
But one
shot.
like
To a
somebody
close range
looking
shot.
around
That is correct.
that shot them from a distance.
You were asked some questions about the location of where shell casings land when they're ejected out of the weapon. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
Are there a number of factors that go into where a shell casing might actually land?
Yes, sir, it is.
Can people move?
I'm sorry, sir.
Do people move?
People can move, yes, sir.
Duh.
You were asked a couple questions about the cell phone and whether or not it was put in the Faraday bag. Do you know if that phone was put in airplane mode?
I think it was, yes, sir.
You've been asked a number of questions about the defendant and the investigation. Do you recall during the course of the interview on June 10th, did Agent Owen mention that y'all had talked to 100 people at that point?
I do, yes, sir.
All right. And was the investigation just focused on Alex Murdaugh, or was it focused on anyone and everyone it could focus on?
It was absolutely not just focused on Alex Murdaugh.
In that particular interview, did Agent Owen mention victim advocates or any sort of grief counseling to Alex Murdaugh? Is that correct?
Yes, sir, he did.
When you're that early in an interview and you are interviewing someone who might be in the circle, as Mr. Griffin describes it, are you trying to keep your ears open?
Yes, sir, I am.
Are you trying to keep the lines of communication open?
Yes, sir, I am.
Are you going to confront somebody that early on, or are you going to try to keep the dialogue going?
Action leading, Your Honor.
Don't lead the witness.
What is your goal when you're that early in an investigation and interviewing witnesses or potential subjects?
Again, based on what we had in this particular case, the interviews conducted with Mr. Alex was more of an information gathering type of interview. It wasn't an interrogation by no means.
You were asked about whether or not anyone dug some potential projectiles out of a mound of dirt. Were you aware that there were 300 blackout cases found around Maggie's body at the scene?
Yes, I was.
And what was your goal as finding similar evidence in other parts of the property?
Similar casings to the shell casings that were located at Miss Maggie's body.
Did you know that casings can be compared to casings which have been recovered already at the murder scene?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you find cases outside of the side door?
Yes, sir, I did.
300 blackout cases?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you find 300 blackout cases at the range across the street?
Yes, sir, I did.
You were asked about interviewing a number of witnesses on that day on June the 10th. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Is it common standard operating procedure to interview witnesses separately?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything different or unusual about that being done?
No, sir, it's not.
Would you do that in any case?
Yes, sir, I would.
The June 10th interview with Alex Murdaugh, who all was in that car?
It was myself, Senior Special Agent David Owen, Mr. Alex Murdaugh, and counsel.
Jim Griffin was there.
That is correct.
His lawyer was there.
That is correct.
Remind the jury what Alex Murdaugh did for a living.
He was a trial lawyer and a prosecutor for the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office.
Was that interview aggressive in any way?
Not at all, sir.
You asked a number of questions about various firearms evidence that was seized in this particular case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Did you personally seize every single piece of evidence, firearms-related evidence in this case?
Not personally, no, sir.
And describe just generally what the SOP is. When you have multiple agents working a scene and they find evidence, what do they do with it?
They generally will mark it or locate it, and then one particular person actually does the collection to package and make sure that it gets to our lab.
All right, and there could be multiple individuals doing that collection?
Yes, sir.
And then where does it go from there? What happens to sync it all back together?
It's generally packaged, turn over to our crime scene or an analyst at our lab. Chain of custody is provided to track that particular piece of evidence as to where it went.
Are efforts made by those collecting it to avoid tampering with the evidence?
Absolutely.
Is the evidence collected in a manner to preserve it as much as possible in its form?
Yes, sir.
Is that standard operating procedure for all of SLED?
Yes, sir.
May I have 1 minute to locate an exhibit that's in evidence?
I knew you'd be back.
So I'll stand for a moment.
Just eat broth. You won't eat it. Not even food. Not really. Lay down in your bed.
Is this what you're looking for, Craig?
Lay down in your bed. Lay down in your bed. It's beef broth. It's not food. What is happening now? My bestie said hi. He said hi, Spike. John said hi. Say hi, John. What are they doing? Are they looking at something or taking a stretch break? Thought some hot broth might help my throat. Because Travis did get me sore throat lozenges, but they're nasty. He's always camera shy. I don't understand it. Belle was the same way. I take out the camera to take a picture and they would be doing the cutest thing. And as soon as the camera comes up, they're gone. They move position or they leave. Like, I don't understand. How do you guys even know this is a camera? I love the waddle too, but it's getting worse, and I fear that, like when he jumps off the porch, which is not a big step. I mean, it's literally maybe this high. Now, he jumps off with his front paws, and his back paws stay up on the step. And it's kind of cute, but it makes me afraid because, and then he'll take the back paws and put them down on the ground. And I don't want him to get paralyzed. I don't know what's going on with his back legs and his hips. But when he first started hurting, he whimpered and cried, and he's not doing that anymore. And I don't know if that's a good sign or a bad sign, because if he's starting to get like paralyzed, he wouldn't have pain. So, and I mean, we can always get one of those doggy wheelchairs, but I don't know how much one of those things costs. They're probably pretty expensive. And knowing him, he would probably he'd be afraid of it. He wouldn't let us put it on him.
goes out the bottom.
Yeah, I think it is arthritis. He's old. He's 12. I feel bad for him. Plus, he's got, I don't know if it's trigeminal neuralgia or what, but one side of his face droops. And when it
All right, I'm going to
hurts,
show you what's been marked as Exhibit 145 in evidence. And
oh, that's
you
hilarious.
publish what the
There's a an ECV company in Orlando called Park Hopper Choppers. Park Hopper Chopper. When he was still really young when this happened, but one side of his face started to droop and he was drooling really, really bad. Just no food or nothing, just drool constantly. And the drooling stopped, but one side of his face droops. But I think the bad side is like drawn up. The droop side seems to be the normal side, and he rubs it on the carpet. And he'll come up and want us to rub his face. Like, we'll go to pet him, and then he'll like stick Bell's palsy, not trigeminal. Yeah, I think that's what it is. And then he'll like put his face in our hands. Like, he'll back up. We'll be petting his back, and he'll back up and stick his face in our hands, and then push his head as hard as he can into our hand because he wants us to rub his face. So he's on the prescription he's on is gabapentin. We're out right now, so I need to get some more because lately he's really been rubbing his face on the carpet and getting us to pet his face. So I think his face is really bothering him right now, and that's what gabapentin is for nerve pain. So I got him. We're out of the treats I got him too, so I need to get him some more of the glucosamine and chondroitin treats that I got him that seem to help. And so that with the gabapentin, which we'll get next week when I get paid, I'm going to order the treats and go pick up his medicine from the vet, and hopefully he'll feel better. But I mean, as you can see, all he does, he's just like a lump. He just lays there. And when you don't see him, he's laying in other parts of the house, just laying there. I don't know why he gets up and moves. He just goes just another spot and just lays there and does nothing. So I'm worried about my little guy. He's just not comfortable anywhere. But the day that he started hurting, though, he whimpered constantly. And I was almost in tears because all he did was whimper. But I'm glad he's not whimpering anymore.
crumbs, you notes reflect about where that was recovered?
Yeah.
It's one unfired shot shell from a state box on bookshelf and gun room, head stamp, Winchester 12 gauge.
I guess.
Can I ask you to take these scissors?
What is it called?
Carefully
What's the name for
cut that open, please. Could I have the elmo up, please? Back there as well. All right. Tell me, can you describe that, what that is to the jury, please?
It's a 12 gauge shotgun shell, head stamp, Winchester 12 gauge.
All right. And does the plastic part of the shell have any identifying information?
It's got dry lock, 3-inch, number 2.
Can I hold that real quick?
Hey, why they spread it out like that?
Is this what the round you were just seeing?
Yes, sir. It appears to be, yes, sir. That's if the glares on it, you can't hardly see it.
All right. Can you put that back in that bag for me, please?
Sure.
All right, I'm going to hand you what's been marked and entered into evidence of State 149. And if you could, first of all, publish again what the crime scene notes say about that particular round.
Just one unfired shot shell.
I was suicidal when they put me on it. I was contemplating. I was trying to figure out which one of my other medicines I could take and enough of that would do it. Like I was a mess. It was awful. I've never been so depressed in my life. It was the worst feeling I've ever had. And and oh my god, it scared Travis to death because he really thought he was going to lose me. And I've been clinically depressed since my 20s. Well, no, probably my late teens. But gabapentin screwed me up big time. Like awful. Oh, wow. Yeah, gabapentin does nasty things to people. Like weird side effects. A lot of people. Now, I took it once when I was younger and it was fine. And I don't know why I got off of it. I don't know what I mean, with my varied chronic illnesses, I don't even remember why they put me on it, and I don't remember why they took me off of it. But I didn't have a problem with it, and I don't remember why we quit doing it. Probably because they put me on something else that would work better for whatever I was on it for. But then they put me back on it, and that time it just did not. I don't know if my body chemistry changed after the cancer or something. I don't know, but it just did not work. Wow. Yeah, it messes a lot of people up. A lot of people up. But it seems to help him. So I do watch him to make sure he's acting right because yeah, if I didn't have such a wonderful understanding husband, I probably would have ended up divorced because I was a bitch. Like any other person probably would have gotten mad at me, but Travis is just so sweet and understanding. It scared him. He thought that he was going to lose me. He thought I was going to kill myself.
From a state box on bookshelf in gun room, head stamped Winchester 12 gauge.
All right, and if you could, please, again, carefully open that bag and pull out what's inside and describe it for the jury, please.
Are you coming back up here? Oh, back
So
up
black
here.
in color.
We got a double
Winchester 12 gauge. On the side, the writing is dry lock 3-inch number 2.
Yeah, so is Travis.
This is the unfired 12 gauge shell that you were just describing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Oh, why not? I thought you were going in at noon. Well, I'm glad you're here because I've been missing you bad.
Again, what's written?
Like, darn it, I lost my new shell.
Dry lock 3-inch number 2.
You could return that to that packaging, please, and let's do the next one.
Yeah, he is. What? Wait a minute.
We'll hand you what's been marked as state.
Hold up. Why are you laid off? You just got the job. For how long, though? You got sick? How long? You're not going to be nauseous forever. That's not fair. Oh, I'm sorry, Nichelle. I was happy for you. I was sad for us, but I was happy for you. Oh, man. Who? It's messed up again. How is it messed up again? Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. Oh. Oh, Ken, I'm so sorry. I'll be praying for your wife. Man. This is the chronic illness shit. Maybe I need to change the name of my channel. Chronic Illness and Crime channel. Chronic illness, support, and crime. Oh, wow. Yep. Repetitive motion sucks. Yeah. And pets. Yeah, repetitive motion sucks. And like, that's one thing I cannot get Travis to understand. It's like, I'm like, will you please sweep the floor or mop the floor? What? You can do it. It's not that heavy. That broom is not that. I'm like, you don't understand, Travis. It's repetitive motion. So it's not that hard. And no, it's not hard. It's not heavy. It's repetitive motion. And he just doesn't understand it. And I don't know any other way to explain it to him. When you do the same motion over and over and over again, it starts to hurt you. And, I can start something and then I can't finish it. And he doesn't get it. But he's so good to me that I'm okay with it. It's like he does so much for me that it's like, it's okay that you don't understand that.
Exhibit 146. And again, if you could tell us what the crime scene notes say on that, please.
One unfired shot shell from Kent box on bookshelf and gun room, head stamp, Winchester 12 gauge.
All right, and if you could again carefully open that and see what's inside and describe it for the jury, please.
It's a 12 gauge shotgun shell, Winchester head stamp, dry lock 3-inch, number 2.
Is it the same as the previous two?
Yes, sir, it is.
Can I hold it? All right. If you'll put that one back for me. Do the fourth verse. Again, if you'd sort of publish those crime scene notes, and then we'll follow the same procedure, please.
One unfired shot shell from nightstand in Paul's room, head stamped, Winchester 12 gauge.
Describe it to the jury.
Head stamp Winchester 12 gauge on the side. It's got writing dry lock 3-inch, number 2.
All right. Same thing?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's move on to the next one. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 150 into evidence. State's Exhibit 150. And again, if you can, as best you can, tell the jury the crime scene notes on that exhibit.
It's one, and I can read shell head stamp 12 gauge,
Wow.
found from red bin on workshop bench. The state's exhibit tag is over the writing.
Gotcha. On workshop bench, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you would carefully open that and then describe what you find to the jury.
I'd call and see if you can get in earlier.
It's a red in color, federal 12 gauge shotgun shell. On the side is federal premium double aught buck 3-inch mag, 76 millimeter maximum, 1050 bar.
Federal buckshot?
Federal buckshot, yes, sir.
Can I see that?
Yes, sir.
This was found where?
On the workbench, from the red bin on the workbench.
Good.
I can't tell if that helps or not, but I'm gonna try it.
You can't read it on there, sir.
What? Well, get up here.
I'll just walk it back to you.
Why do you just stand there and stare at me? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know.
All right, if you could secure that back.
Because I don't trust you. You're plotting against me, aren't you?
All right, I'm gonna show you now what's been marked as States 144. Let's do the same procedure. If you could tell the jury what the crime scene notes on that particular exhibit reflect.
One unfired shot shell head stamp 12 gauge federal from red bin on workshop
Where is
bench.
Wiggle? She was supposed to be here today.
If you could carefully open
Yesterday
it,
was her birthday. I was going to sing her happy birthday.
It's a red in color federal 12 gauge. Writing on the side is federal premium double aught buckshot
There she
double
is.
aught buck
Hey, beautiful.
3-inch magnum.
All right.
In about 20 minutes. I put it for 2 because I didn't figure
secure that back for me, please.
But they're back now.
I'll show you what's been marked as
But we
States Exhibit 143.
Start a little
and
bit
have
late.
take a
We
look
can
through that
skip
one
like
if you will,
sidebars
please.
and stuff. So I set it to start at 2. Is that good with you guys?
Good. Read what the crime scene notes say.
Let's get this
One unfired shot shell head stamp 12 gauge federal from red bin on workshop bench.
Again, carefully open it and describe to the jury what's inside.
It's a red in color 12 gauge federal shotgun shell stamped on the side.
I'm surprised they
federal
came back
premium
when they said they
double
were
aught
going to come
buck
back.
3-inch magnum.
Same thing? Is that previous to?
I can't change
Yes, sir,
the
yes.
name now. I've got,
Federal buckshot, right?
yeah, that's a
That's
live
correct.
trial. Oh, that's right. Michelle hasn't been here.
All right, if you could put that back for me. And we'll do one more. Got States Exhibit 148. If you could again tell the jury what the crime scene notes reflect about its location, please.
Says one unfired shot shell head stamp 12 gauge federal from red bin on workshop bench.
All right, if you could carefully open it and tell the jury what's inside.
The sound is better.
It's a red in
than
color
on day
federal
one.
12 gauge
Day one, you almost
shotgun
couldn't hear
shell.
anything.
On the side writing is federal premium double aught buck 3-inch magnum 3-inch mag.
Same as the previous three, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
All right. 4 draw locks.
Yes, sir.
4
Hurry up,
buckshot.
Creighton. We got places to be.
Yes, sir.
The draw locks are what? Brand.
They're black in color. They are Winchester.
And the buckshots are what?
Federal.
Just got a couple more questions for you. You were asked whether or not you took down any notes at any point in the interview or at a particular point in the interview.
Yes, sir.
The interview is being recorded. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Was Alex Murdaugh in custody at that interview?
He was not, sir.
Was that interview voluntary?
It was, sir.
Was that interview aggressive?
It was not, sir.
Was his lawyer present?
His attorney was present, sir.
And he's a lawyer too, or
Yes.
was a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Further recross.
Just very briefly, Your Honor. Agent Croft, you mentioned stippling with regard to the injuries of Maggie. Do you know how many bullet wounds she had that had stippling?
I know at least one bullet wound had stippling. Yes,
Just
sir.
one. That's all you remember?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then talking about on the June 10th, y'all had interviewed 100 people or more, broad investigation. But did you have anybody else in the circle on June 10th besides Alex Murdaugh?
We had names of interest that we were interviewing. Yes, sir.
And then you were asked about projectiles versus shell cartridges. Are you aware that projectiles were found? 300 blackout projectiles were found in the dog house and the dog bed?
I am aware of that now. Yes, sir.
And that there's a 300 blackout projectile found in the dirt by the tire track?
Yes, sir.
So there were projectiles that were found.
That's correct, sir.
Yet you're out of the range, you don't look for projectiles, right?
I was collecting the 300 blackout spent shell casings from the gun room, or not the gun room, I apologize, the shoot house.
Now you were showed a number of shot shells, buckshot, and apparently dry lock. What date were those seized?
Looks like 9/13 of 2021.
Those were seized 3 months after the murders?
I can't see through.
Hang on a second.
What are you do? Why do you look at me?
9/13/2021 is the date that's written on it.
You got June, July, August, September. 4 months after the murders.
That's correct, sir.
And do you know whether that property had been secured during that period of time?
It had not been secured by law enforcement during that period of time.
You know if any of that in front of you was on the property on June 7th or before?
It was there the date we collected it. I can't answer that other question.
And I understand you didn't collect any of that, correct?
No, sir.
And you don't know where it was collected from other than what you're reading on the envelope, right? And you're reading someone else's evidence description. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
No. That's all I have now.
Okay, you messed up now.
Thanks, sir.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna stop there. You know, I should try that now. We tried back when we had pit bulls. We would get not the goat hooves, but the like the rawhide bones, and they'd end up fighting over them. So, okay, so this should redirect you. So we're gonna go over to the other trial. And I will fill Nichelle in on the other trial when we get over there. So it should redirect you. So I'll see you in a minute.